And then I'll give you those links once we get those, we're done.
Okay,
All
thanks.
right, so let's take a look at, I'll be in my this is that I-81 sample thing where all of those previous sheets were drawn up as individual sheets. Now, again, what I typically do in mine is if you look at this file, say plan overview for one, let me go ahead and open that up. So that comes up. Come on, come on, come on. You guys pretty warm out there where you are?
Yeah, yeah. It was like yesterday. I was out spraying weeds, and it was like 95 yesterday.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it got
Yeah,
up to 93, I think, here. It's going to be 94 today.
yeah. And then tomorrow here is supposed to be like 100.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Oh, come on, load up. I'm pulling across a VPN out of Harrisburg, so let's see if this thing ever gets around to it. Looks
Yeah,
like it.
that heat doesn't help,
No,
especially with electronics.
for sure. All right, something's happening. Let's see here. Yeah, it's loading everything. Here we go. All righty. So this is, once everything finishes here.
Hey, I got a question while you're
Yeah.
opening these.
Okay.
So where do you start with the sheets that they're actually going to start with? I mean, do you have a plan like this is what we get from them, or is this what we create?
No, that we got this stuff from them,
Hmm.
and this is in this giant folder called DGNs.
Okay.
Okay, that's all of their DGN files.
Okay.
Those are going to be the ones that we're going to add our stuff to. Now, our stuff that see these B1, B2, B3s,
Hmm.
and all of those, uh, that is in a file, which is, I'm going to just show you here, it's in my references. That is this one called borehole
Okay.
locations.dg. Okay. Now that file, I'll just switch to it here, is in there inside that DGN folder. I've got two folders, or I've got one folder called working.
Hmm.
There's another folder called borders, but inside of working, I've got a folder called reference, and that has these files or
Okay.
this file. Now, this file, this is a cell, but if you notice its type is, let's see, right here, cell type, it's a point cell as
Hmm.
opposed to graphic, which means no matter what rotation I have, it's going to always look vertical
Okay.
and those other things. And same as my text, and these are just pieces of auto incremented text that is also set down here in its properties for view independent, which means again, it's going to read horizontally no matter
Right.
like rotation. All right.
And is
So
there coordinates? There's coordinates on these right
there
here.
are coordinates, and
Oh,
here's how I did this.
okay.
If I go into this topo bore here, you see I've got I turned that this level on
Okay.
topo bore, and you see that little circle
Mm-hmm.
here. Let me switch up to default. Let me turn this one off. Um, there's a circle there. This text is the text has a um, uh, it's got a background mask and it's partially over that symbol.
Okay.
Let me if I but see that's the if I select this and just hover, see it's a point feature.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go here to the little properties. It's called B7, and this comes from the survey file.
Okay.
All right, and this was so I just use this for the location because the symbol that PennDOT uses, that little circle and the letters BH, I needed to have those other symbols and the actual name.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't do anything with that. Now this particular symbol is showing up big like that because I've got it set my design scale. So if I go back to 1:1, let me make that annotative.
So is it easier just to do like you're doing here, is to create the borehole and actually use it as a reference then and just reference it in?
Yeah, because we'll reference it into anywhere we need
Okay.
it.
Okay. All
Okay.
right.
And so that's, yeah, instead of trying to dump that in each one of those files,
Right.
we're just
Right.
going to dump it as a single file. So right
Okay.
now I've got just this one, but but where those come from, sorry, I can't seem to, let's see, display is true. I'm looking for is annotation. Here we go. Oh, it's not, I've done something to it. Anyway, you can see that it's a circle and the text is just so large with its
Right.
background mask gets hiding. Anyway, it was an inappropriate symbol. I didn't want to use it. So, but if I look at this in my survey workflow and then turn on my, let's see, let's turn on all the decorations here. I got names, field codes, elevations. Uh, they didn't have descriptions in there. I could have put descriptions in and then had descriptions showing. But anyway, those are actual survey points
Okay.
um, that were brought in, and they were brought in by. Let's bring up my survey stuff here under survey. Field book, borrow locations. And I imported this file called this
Mm-hmm.
bhsstaked.txt. Now that was sent to me by Jeremy as a spreadsheet, as an Excel file. So I just did a comma separated value
Okay.
export and then named it txt. And then when I was in here and my fieldbook stuff, I did this text wizard import.
Mm-hmm.
So that brought all of those in, and I had to make sure that I had to set a code for that as a B8 so it matched in the code library.
Okay.
So yeah, that gave me all those positions, and then what I wound up doing was using those to insert the cells,
Okay.
and then I named them accordingly, B1 through B9,
Mm-hmm.
spaced them out a little bit better. So now they're there. So so that was
So then when you brought these in originally with the text file, the coordinates and everything put it in its location where it needed to be, correct?
yeah, that when I imported that text wizard, that
Mm-hmm.
placed them at those coordinates that were in
Okay.
that.
Okay. All right.
Now that particular file is in this working reference. That's all. Oh, no, you know where it is uh, right here in soil profile. Yeah, there it is. There's a BH as staked
Okay.
XL, and I made this BL as staked.
Okay.
I exported a CSV and then I changed the name to TXT, and it's got a name, lat long northeast elevation, and then I added these BH codes on the end to match the library so it would bring the points in. Um, Otherwise,
So
it would.
is this going to be standard then for your lat longs and your northing and eastings?
Well, typically,
Yeah, I'm just asking as a question.
yeah. I mean, so typically you would have like, do you know how to do that survey import?
No.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, so
yeah,
that's why I'm asking these questions. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's good. It's good to know. All right, so let me close this off here now. So what would happen? In fact, let's do this. I'm going to go back here and I'm going to get out of this file and let's just do we're going to start a brand new one.
okay,
In
that's
fact,
good.
I'm going to have you do it on your end and I'll show you where to do it. So this will bring me back to here and now let's go back. I'm going to stop my screen share.
Okay.
Now, are you familiar with Zoom?
No.
All right, so down at the bottom of the window, you should see a button that says share.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and click on that, and you'll get up a list of your screens in the first group, and then a list of application windows in the bottom group. Go ahead and share the whole screen that you've got MicroStation running on. And you can only do one at a time. All right, so now I can see your screen. That's fine.
Here's my open
And
roads. Is that what you're saying when you say
yeah,
or
which
S it?
screen has open roads on it? This one?
Well, it's not open right now, but opens roads is
Oh,
right
okay. Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is fine. So go ahead and run that. And let's just make a new file. Go to whatever directory you want to go to. It doesn't matter. Just make a practice directory somewhere.
All right, so training examples is fine.
Well,
Nope.
yeah, except you're going to miss you're not going to find the codes for the boreholes. Choose the PennDOT
Oh,
workspace,
okay.
and then for the work set, yeah, you got test. That's fine.
Okay.
All right. So now let's make a new file. And now notice where that goes. That puts it in the DGN folder down inside your work sets.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it doesn't have to be there. It can be anywhere you want to put it. So
Okay.
you can navigate away if you want to put it like, drive C test files or whatever, that's
Okay.
fine. Just navigate your way to it. But by
Okay.
default, the workspace definition tries to make a DGN, well, it does make a DGN folder, and that's where your DGNs live.
Okay.
Uh, we typically don't store the files that way on the server. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I'd always navigate away from it. So, um, yeah, so just change says save in up there at the top. Go to make yourself a folder wherever you want to.
Well, I'll just do it. I have a drive attached to my machine. That way it'll be faster than going to
Yeah.
the network. So I'll
Okay.
just do
Yeah,
this
that's fine. Yeah, perfect.
and then create a new folder.
Yeah. Where do you want to put it? Inside
Um,
one of the folders?
no, I'm just going to do a root, I think, and
Oh,
just call this,
yeah, right there at that level. I thought you were trying to put it in one of those
no.
inside. Yeah, okay. That's Ken Crowd. There we go.
That way I
Uh,
know what I was doing.
yep.
All right. So
All
double
right, so
click,
now
I'm
double
inside.
click
Yep.
that. Now And now you want down below though for your seed file.
Mm-hmm.
Now you are using the Survey 3D seed. That's fine. We do need it to be a survey so that we can, so it lines up all the codes and stuff like
Okay.
that. Okay.
All right. Yep.
So that's fine. Now we go to the file name. Just give it a file name. Just call it, BH spots or whatever you want to call it.
Borehole locations or
Yeah, that's fine. Anything you want to call it.
and then
Go
say
ahead.
save.
Save. And then once this comes up and going, the very first thing you need to do is set your coordinate system.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think it's up, right? Yeah, it looks
Yep.
like.
Yep. So go to your utilities and set your coordinate system. 2 over.
Well, the can I move the black part? It says the meeting's being recorded.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can drag that. You can put that on the other screen if you want, I think.
No, no.
If you've got another screen.
Okay. Now it says the meeting recorded, so I can't see my taskbar at the top. Curves. I know it's under there, but I can't move that.
You can't
And
move.
yeah, it says anyone with access to the recording may view or share it with others because it's the record sign.
Yeah, you can't grab that as a title and
I'm
move that
trying.
down. Let me see.
I'm trying. I mean, it moved the other one over, the other taskbar for Zoom.
Hold on. Hang on a quick second, Chuck.
Okay.
That's okay. Sorry, Chuck. I'm back. That was Dave Langen. He called and said I had called his number by mistake, and so he was calling me back.
Okay.
Anyway,
So all I did was just minimize it. Can I just minimize it? I'm at utilities. I can just do that, and then when we're not using that menu, I can pop it back up full screen.
yeah. All right. You should. There's a way to move that. Let's see. How
Yeah,
does?
I tried grabbing it, and I'm like, what the? And holding the mouse, and I'm like, come on.
Yeah, that should. Because when I share my screen, I can move that around freely.
Yeah, boy, it's not
Uh,
letting me. It's like, no.
all right. So no worries.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
So
So we're utilities,
all these and set your coordinate system
and that is
right here. Can you see my mouse?
no.
Oh, okay. Let's do. All right. It's the globe over toward the right on the icons in the ribbon. Go down to the ribbon over to no, up to top.
Oh, here. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
no. On up. Right in there. Now go to the right. You see where it says coordinate system? Keep going right,
Oh,
right.
okay. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So click
Yeah.
that. Now it says none. So you want to set it. So we're going to set it to our Pennsylvania North. So
Okay.
you're going to click that little globe and book. So that comes out of the library. So, and you can add these to your favorites if you want. You're going to look for projected northern
Okay.
east. And you want to look for um,
North America.
yeah, North America. Sorry, then UTM, that 80, not UTM, that's Universal Transverse Mercator,
Right.
just the United States of America, right above that one, right there. Now find Pennsylvania
Pennsylvania.
and yeah, you can open that up a little. And you want, it's PA 83N, but it's PA 83NF. It's like the third one down.
Okay, like this one.
So that uses a US survey feet. If you
Right.
don't, you say, there's also, there's variations. There's PA 83 2011 and all that. So we're typically going to be using the 1986 adjustments, which is what this
Okay.
PA83 NF is. So we're going to select that. Um,
Pennsylvania North.
yes. So now when you select that, can you shift click and get also Pennsylvania South? And then
Okay.
can you right click and add to, no, you can't. Okay. So right click and add to favorites.
Okay.
Go to the south, right click and add to favorites.
Okay.
All right. So that's good for those. And then now go ahead and hit cancel. And now when you've got that in your favorites, if you click that globe and book icon, instead of dragging through all that,
Okay.
see how they show up in favorites?
Cool.
So there's PA North, just, you can just select it or double click it even, and that's it, or select and say, okay. All right, so now we have set the coordinate system, so it's going to match where we're going to be. All
Okay.
right. So now we're going to close that off. So we've got that ready to go. Now we need to bring these in as, bring them in from the survey point. So for now, go to the, go out to Windows and, or Windows File Explorer and go to that location where it said the soil profiles, which is in, it's 2013, it's in Drive P 2013. Let me, see if I can put this in the chat window. There, if you want to copy that and paste it into your, if you go to the chat,
Mm-hmm.
copy that and then just paste it up in the address bar of a file explorer.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going up right there. Click in that. Nope, nope, up here where it says, oh, you're already there. You're
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I put it in. Yep. I already copied it.
Yeah.
And yep.
Okay. So now if you sort by type, in fact, let me do something here while we're waiting. I'm going to request remote control so you can see my mouse. Go
Okay.
ahead and approve that.
Now that little bar moved that says recording, it's on the other screen.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, now you can go back, maximize that back if you want.
Okay.
Let's
All right.
come back here.
Yep.
There we
Okay.
go. Now let's come back to where we were here. All right, so now we've got this spreadsheet. So what I want to do is I'm going to take this one. This is what Jeremy sent me.
Okay.
And I'm going to copy that. I freaking hate Windows here. Just copy. And now let's go to, where are you working? You're on drive, on your drive
My D drive. Yep.
D,
My D.
and it said test for
Yep.
Ken.
Should be yep. That's the directory we created. Test Ken Crawford. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So we'll just dump it right here and paste it. All right. So now when we look at this, this is what he sent me.
Okay. So it
This
did
is
have the
gonna be
Latin
what,
long. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So this is what you'll typically get from them if they ever do one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it could be, maybe someday they don't include lat long, but this is what Jeremy just wound up sent me. But you got the
Okay.
names and you've got his lat long, northeast, and elevation.
Right.
So that's the basic data that we're going to be using. Now, what I did was these point names, we could have used those. We could have come over here and maybe make a new one called description.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make one called code. And then over here, we'll call description.
Okay.
I'll tell you why we're going to do that in a minute. So under code, the code that PennDOT uses for a borehole is a BH, and that's going to be in your library.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to copy that and paste them right here. And then we're going to copy these names and paste them here under descriptions.
Okay.
So even though, name could be like 1, 2, 3, or they
Right,
could be
right. Yep.
1,013, different, like a survey point name, but these are the actual description of the stuff. But anyway, that's how it all came in. All right, so we would do this, and let me go here and do a save as, and we're just going to call it mod for modified.
Okay.
All right, so now what we want to do is we need to get this into a text format because there is no Excel import wizard.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to just do now another, we should be doing, there's an export. Let's do an export. We will change the file type and we're going to do a comma separated value, which is a text format.
Okay.
Now here's a text format, but it's tab delimited and that becomes TXT. We could use that
Right.
either way because there are no tabs in our descriptions. Let's go ahead and choose that one.
Okay.
And then we'll do save that as, and we're going to call that mod exported,
Okay.
just to keep the file name different. So now we have what we need for that. I'll go ahead and close off Excel. And so now if you look at this, I'll put it up into text
It shift.
edit.
Yeah, it
Should be,
shifted under the screen.
you can see it. You can close that off. We don't need
Okay.
to see
Yeah.
it.
All right. Yep.
All right, so there's that one. Now, over here, back in MicroStation or Open Roads,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to import that as a series of points, and we do that with their survey workspace.
Okay.
So up here, we'll choose survey,
All right.
and this is where we're going to bring this in. Now we're going to this is your properties, and here's your task selection. Your interface a little bit different than mine, which is fine.
Well, I've never said it. I mean, I'm not an open roads person. I usually use SS2, but
Oh, yeah, okay.
that's why
Like
I
you've
don't know
got
what to
your
do.
level, yeah, your level display is out and running all the time. Like I have models set up on mine over
Mm-hmm.
here on the side as well. Um, so now what we do here, I'm going to open up this Explorer
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to go ahead and I want to dock that. Here it is, dock. And let me close this down a little bit. Can't quite grab.
Being finicky.
There we go. All right, so there's that, and these are two there. Now, like you can, if you unpin that, then those go away. I'm gonna unpin that, and we should get that one. And see how they're over here now
Okay.
on the
Mm-hmm.
side, their tabs rather. I'm gonna actually take this guy and float him. That's the way we typically see it.
Okay. Well, thank you for setting it up.
Yeah, no worries. Can't get it to float. Let me see here. There we go. Yeah, it's typically, and that typically just floats. And so now,
Okay.
whatever you're doing, that lets you change how you select things. And when you're running a command, for instance, like let's say just placing a line, see how it changes,
Okay. Nice.
or
Nice.
set your fence, see it all changes. It's all context driven. All right, so now with that out of the way, now here's properties and Explorer. And so now with Explorer open and properties open, you can tab any one of those and they'll just
Okay.
tap you out to the side. And so what I typically do is I usually almost always have Explorer open and I have it pinned. So it's
Okay.
always there. So no matter what I select, I always, oops, I'm sorry, I got the wrong. I usually have properties pinned
Okay.
and Explorer. I only, because I don't use it all the time and it takes up a lot of screen space, I'll let it pop down. But when I want to use them side by side, I'm going to pin both of them. So they're there. You
Okay.
can unpin properties and put it back. Just keep in mind where they go,
Okay.
and how do you get those back. And if you should lose them, you can get them from right up here. There's Explorer and there's your properties.
All right.
All right. So now, once we're in the survey, now you say you usually use SS2, like you have a process for bringing points in by coordinates.
Yeah,
Do
so
you?
like when we have the points that we have, like when we use TBC and export the file, the CSV is what
Uh,
comes in, and then we just import that CSV into SS2, and then it puts the points where the coordinates where they're supposed to be.
right, right. And that's
Yep.
exactly what we're going to do now. But what is your typical way of doing that? Do you like come from a pull down menu or something?
Yeah, so when SS2 opens, you know how you get the little box, it'll go down in the lower left corner. It's got the plus, the minus, and the X. If you
Uh-huh.
open that, that's the actual import screen. And then you can go from there and say, look, I want to import. You got to go browse, find the file. Then you have to tell it you want your point, northing, easting, elevation, and
Right.
your code. You got to fill those out. And then
Yep.
once you do, yep, then you bring them in, and then it'll actually bring it in. You'll see it on screen, and then we'll use the survey menu to drop down and write it to graphics.
Yes, yes. So that's
Yep.
that's basically what we're doing here, just a slightly different interface.
Okay.
So except we have to do it through the survey workflow and we have to do it through a field book. We had to
Okay.
create a field
Okay.
book. So under our survey workflow, and all I did here was, and this is where you switch between open roads and
Okay.
survey, and then drawing is your standard microstation stuff. Okay.
Okay.
And then
Yep.
you've got, drainage utilities, a whole bit. So we're in survey and we've got this, and these are all like you've got, your sheet index, you've got your open roads model elements, you've got your standards, all of these different things, but we want to be in
And survey.
survey. All
Okay.
right. So we open this up and now here's a field book named default. And you can name that anything you want. Um, if I look at my properties, does that let me change?
And so, Ken, that
Yeah.
one that we're saying default for right now is only for this DGN file. It's not if we open another one and start a new one that it's going to be there, that name. It'll be only for this project.
Well, that's normally correct. Although every project has one called default,
Okay. All right.
and that's set up in your survey standards, which um, in these open road standards. Down here's your survey.
Okay.
Um, anyway, this is all defined there now, and I can't rename that. Or set up. So it's always going to be there. It's always going to have these things. So
Okay.
typically what we do though is we'll sit here and you can, um, if you open up, let me see what do I want to be. If I sit and survey data,
Mm-hmm.
let me go back now to make sure I'm in survey workflow up here for the ribbons. And now I'm going to go to this field book tab.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to make a new field book. So that's the first thing to do is we're going to make a new field book and go ahead and type a name. Just call it, boreholes or whatever you want to call it.
Are you going to spell it out?
It doesn't matter. It's just something that you'll recognize what it means.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, hit enter. And now if you open up that default on the left, that little spinny, yeah, open that up. And now under field books, open that up and you see
Oh, okay. So it puts
called
it under a
borehole.
subfolder.
Okay. Yes. And so now open up boreholes and you see there's all these different things. These are
Okay.
everything that field book can contain.
Okay.
Okay. And so right now, because we don't have any point features, that's what we're trying to create. And we're
Mhm.
going to do that from a data file. So if you point to the data file and if you right click it, you see where you've got, you can make a new file and do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Or
Properties.
just, let me see if you instead, let's look at, yeah, if you, instead of the data files, that's just showing you what's there.
Oh,
So
okay.
boreholes, I'm gonna right click boreholes and you can do this import. But you see, all of these controls are also up here in the ribbon,
Okay.
import. And so we're going to use, so if we said file, for instance, and we would find the field book we want to use, and then it's looking for a file, but see, there's no, well, let's do this for instance, and just to show you here, boreholes. Uh, Wait a minute. I'm sorry. One more time here. If we do it just from a file, this is what I was looking for. See, it's looking for these particular types of files.
Okay.
So there's a Trimble link file.
Right.
I don't know what you guys use and all that kind of stuff. And if I just said data file, I don't know what format it's looking for,
Mm-hmm.
but it allows me to go out here and say, let's say we picked this spreadsheet. And I choose open, nothing happens. You see,
Mm-hmm.
because it didn't match the format. Now it didn't say here in my uh message center. Yeah, it's not defined for this application. So it's not finding the file. Now I'm going to do something here. I'm going to set up like I did for Jack. I'm going to bring this over a little bit so you can get some prompts are longer, but
Okay.
also you've got a lot of things here that you don't have that you've got on. I'm going to turn your running coordinates on. You see this
Mm-hmm.
coordinates,
Yep.
and then you can also see, I wanted to, so that lets you, and if you left click in that coordinate, you can get these different
Okay.
things as
Nice.
well. All right, so now back to this. Let me see. Yeah, let's bring it back like that. All right. Now you know your snapping and all that's down here.
Mm-hmm.
You're actually okay.
Yep.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to import that text file. And again, you can do that from right clicking here and choose import, or you can do it up here, this text wizard. So when
Okay.
we do that, we tell it the over here, see how this all changed context
Mm-hmm.
driven. So I'm going to choose boreholes and it already had the type.
Now, one question: what files? I see all files is selected. Is it certain files that it's looking for, or it doesn't matter?
Well,
Like.
it doesn't matter, but what I found, like I tried to do a CSV
Mm-hmm.
file that was just named CSV, and it doesn't let you do it. It's actually looking, because you're using the text import wizard, it's looking for a file specifically that's .txt.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Unfortunately, it doesn't let you filter it down here.
Yeah, that's what I would have.
Yeah,
That down there would have came up and said text, CSV,
yeah,
Excel. I mean, you would
you,
pick. Yeah.
yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So see, you can still see these Excel files and even
Right.
the GN file.
Okay.
So there's the file that we did that we exported. So if we open that,
Okay.
there's the file in all its glory. And let's see, am I able to? Yeah, I mean, you could stretch it out, to
Yeah, take it all the way. Yeah, all
got
the way
word
out.
wrap anyway. So what we're going to do is now, before we take our next step, this may be familiar from SS2, I'm not sure. Um, but you've got, here's your projection. So let's say you got this file, say from the GIS data center from PASA or something, and it's
Mm-hmm.
in lat long NAD 27. You can select a particular uh, source and
Okay.
you're going to target into the one you set as PA North US
Mm-hmm.
survey feet. So it will actually do the reprojection for you on the fly if you want to do that under projections. Okay,
Okay.
we typically, this is in the target that we're looking for. We don't need to do the projection, so that's not there. So now we've got these tab delimited here. So there's our record format now. is going to be uniform as opposed to non-uniform because it's all the same set of fields. They're all the same. Each field for each record is always the same
Right.
length. And our data type, either by width, if it's column numbers, but we're delimited.
Mm-hmm.
And our start row, you see that row 1, name, lat long, northeast elevation, code description.
Right.
We want to change that to say 2. That's our header row. So we're going to change that to be 2. So now that drops off our preview. And we are delimited. So now we're all set, ready to go. And we're going to hit the next button. And it's going to ask us about the delimitations. And here are our delimiter. Now, if we'd have done comma, we
Right.
would check that, but we
Okay.
did tab.
Tabs.
And so now you see it's separated out. It looks like it's in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's our names, lat long, northing, easting, elevation, code, and description. So that's all we need for that. We hit next. And now we tell it. And here's where SS2, I think, has the
Yep.
same.
Yeah. You
It's
got to do it. You got to
to-
pick. Yeah. Pick each
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
So I'm going to make that my point name.
Okay.
Skip those two. This one will be our northing,
Yep. Easting.
easting,
Elevation.
elevation,
And then code.
and the code. And then finally, descriptions. Now, when I did mine, I didn't bring in the descriptions, and I don't know that I've got
So would the attribute name be the same or?
the attribute value. That should be an attribute value. And then we have to define an attribute. So yeah, it doesn't let us use
Description, like in the sense, yeah.
attribute value. Let's make it the attribute value. We'll call it that. Okay, now we're ready to go. So we're going to hit finish. And now it says create a TIW file, question mark. That's text import wizard file. That will save this formatting and the skipping and all that kind of stuff in case it's always that. You can save it if you wish.
Okay.
And we'll just call it, borehole imports from TXT or what do you want to call it? Okay. Sure, fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So next time when you go to the text wizard, you can actually choose that as a file instead.
Use it
So
as,
you could
use
just
it as
say,
your default, right?
yeah,
So I mean, yeah, okay.
or you could say no. So that's you can use that where it says open.
Okay.
So save the text file format and import settings. Okay. No, so no need to save it. So now it's going through here. And if we go up to here, all right, so
Zoom
they're not,
expense.
all right, so where's that showing? So now under my data files, there's that file and there's the point features. And now here's BH, but that's apparently not defined. Boreholes are not defined in the library. Why?
Um, that's a good question.
Yes, it is. Let's see. So if I
So
go to my,
so if it's red like that, what you're saying, Ken, is then that means there's an issue.
yes, that means
Okay.
it didn't find it in the code. So I'm looking here under survey
Okay.
settings. Let's see. It's this linking codes. Link code. Oh, link codes. You don't have the link code. Let's see. you open this up,
It was
we're,
PennDOT. Yep.
we're in PennDOT workspace.
Mm-hmm.
The seed file, I didn't look at that seed file. I just thought it said Survey 3D. Did you choose the PennDOT seed file?
I didn't choose anything, but when
Uh,
you brought that up, that path, I thought that that's what it defaulted to.
Well, it should. It should have. We'll take it. We'll go back and take a look at that in a minute. Let me
Okay.
see. Uh, Here, let me pop this out, pin it. All right, linking codes. Link codes.
I must not have a borehole.
Oh, oh, sorry, it's not a link code. It's just a code. It's the point codes is what
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
Feature code. Yeah.
Feature code, thank you. So maybe it's here, I don't think. See, I don't know much about setting these things up very well. Let's see here. No.
I don't know anything about that, so.
Settings. See, no, you should see a PennDOT survey down here. It's not showing up here a minute. Let me see. All right, let me save your settings for a minute.
So is there a way you can see the seed file from here though?
I don't, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just asking just for my own
Yeah, I don't know for sure. All right, let me back up a minute. We'll close that. Let's see. Project plan and project. And now I'm in PennDOT. Now, so PennDOT 20R3, which PennDOT will work fine. And let's make a new file. Now let me check that seed file. That's in programmed in power. Oh, that's your power survey bit. Okay. So what we want is the PennDOT one,
Okay.
which is Lord God. Let me see on my system where it is. Oh, I'm using the C configuration PennDOT design standards. See, so I'm in program data. Bentley. See if I can do this. Apparently it didn't let me copy and paste that. All right, so new file. It wasn't pointing you to your right, to your proper
Oh, for the PennDOT. So it's just using the
yeah,
survey.
the
Okay.
workspace. Maybe from the because it was the last one used. All right, so what I did there was this, and then if I go here, I should be able to paste. It's not letting me do it. All right, let's see. All right, it's in program data Bentley, Open Roads Designer, configuration civil, PennDOT design standards.
Under seed? Or is
Yeah,
it
see, but here, I want to look at these for a
okay.
second. It's important. Wizards. See those TIW files right there?
Mm-hmm.
That's just like what we were working. We could have saved a borehole location and
Okay.
put it there. Okay.
Cool.
All right. So we'll go back to standards here and we're under seed. And we're looking for PennDOT survey NAD 83 north. Or PennDOT survey NAD 83 north survey feet. So that one, that sets all that. So that actually will set the coordinate system for you, I think.
Okay.
And then we're going to call this one borehole locations. Except we're going to be in we didn't save it as a recent. Let's see, drive D.
Get down toward the bottom.
We'll just call it the same name and it will overwrite it. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So now let's see if it sets the coordinate system. I think it does when you use that seed file. Yep.
Nice.
So that does that. Now, back
Now,
to
so if you're going to use a south that file though, it would actually already put the coordinates in the south when you open up the project. Then.
correct. Yeah, if
Okay.
you use the
Okay.
right seed file.
Yep.
Now,
Okay.
using that seed file should also set these standards up. Yeah, so now I've got like these under libraries, let's see, not these open road standards. Let's see. Why am I not, yeah, I'm not using the right, it's not using the right DGN lib. I don't, let me see something here a second. All right, let's try this survey bit, see if we can get it to fly here. Survey, do a new field book. And we're gonna call it Boral locations. All right, and now from this field book, we're going to now import using the text import wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you notice also there's a Trimble link? Will will that save you any time on your stuff?
Well, so what happens when the guys are using the Trimble? If they give it to us from the collector, but normally when they export it already as a
Uh,
CSV.
so
Yeah.
that link
Yep.
actually you have to have it connected to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Gotcha.
yep.
All right, so now, um,
So we're going to import the file.
well, if I can get it. Is there something on the other screen looking for a link?
Um, I don't. Let me use the mouse a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't see anything over there.
All right. Wonder if it's waiting to time out or something. What is
Maybe,
this?
maybe down at the bottom. Ken, look at the bottom down here on the right. Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Yep. Yeah, that's it's on the right hand side. I looked at the
There it is.
bottom.
Okay, there we go. All right, so now we'll import using the text wizard. Now, at this point, if you had that text wizard, we could save all of this. You could say, somewhere, let's see, uniform data type delimited start row.
Number 2.
Uh, yeah. 2. And we go next. Tab delimited, next.
And so
Okay.
here's where the TIW, if we do it in SS2, we'll fill all those in.
Right.
Yeah. So
And that's
yeah.
why, and when you
Yeah.
save that as a
Mhm.
TIW, if you do this, it will take care of that as well.
Right. Right.
Sometimes, because I never know what format I'm going to get the data
Yeah. Me
in.
too.
Yeah.
So I just do it by hand like you're doing every time. So
Northern Easting elevation. Now that should be code, and then we'll use an attribute value. All right, and then we'll finish. Create the file. No, I'll save that. And now it still didn't bring that in because
it doesn't like me.
that
What?
BH is not defined.
What's going on?
Something about your configuration in your work set. It's not. Do you know, did you like it brings in a whole bunch of DGN libs and it's not bringing that in.
Well, Emily originally installed this before she left on my machine. So
Yeah.
and yeah, and I didn't know much about it. So
Well, she was pretty sharp about making sure that was included. All right, let's see. That code is not defined, but see, I should now be able to put these.
feature symbologies.
It's not really here if I look under point. Feature definitions.
Point feature symbology.
Yeah, no, it's a survey type. Feature definition. Okay. So now this is not exactly it. I want a code. There we go. So point feature, I'll just call this survey points. Let's call it 4 whole points. Let's see, maybe that'll be the only one we have. Linear feature, it's not linear, but here is going to be 4 whole. Call it BH dash 1. No terrain model. So alpha code should be BH. Merit code, let's give it a number, no items attached. Yeah, see. I may be getting myself into trouble here. Let me see. Point.
Well, I know I'd be in trouble then. Let me run to the restroom, Ken. I'll be right back.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry.
All right. So I just brought up the annotate, and I'm looking at these active cells. See, you don't have, see, none of this stuff is, all of these things should be all defined. Pen dot work set, work sets. See, if I were here, see here. You got bridge features, but not survey features.
I do a lot of bridges, but
Oh man, let me see. So yeah, I'm winding up. All right, we got to get this code. I got these points.
Mhm.
See, it knew that there were 9
Right. Yep.
points,
On the count.
but they didn't come in because the code BH, now see BH is starting to be defined back where I was doing it here.
Right.
Uh, Here, I renamed that to BH. Let's see. Because see, when you choose this, for
Mhm.
instance, there's a there's a whole submenu of all kinds of different categories, one of which was a borehole location.
Hmm.
That's what brought up that little circle on the word and the letters BH.
Right.
That was predefined uh, in this library. Now, this library, let's see here a minute. I'm running my system here. Let me see. Well, this could be problematic if,
Yeah, if I mean, and I, like I said, we weren't doing any of this before, but how it's not set up, I don't know.
yeah, we may have to do a configuration for you. Do you ever use uh, Open Roads R23, or do you say you're almost always SS2?
Well, I have both of them on here, and I only do the SS2 when we're doing the other curb ramps. Otherwise, we're trying to move everything to ORD. So this is
Yeah.
ORD 2023, I think it is.
Yes. Yeah, that is, you're running that part
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we're trying to stop using SS2 as much as possible.
yeah. Let's see, standards. See under my libraries.
So if we took your configuration file from your program data, would that populate everything?
That's what I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer to that.
Because that's what Emily did on mine one time. She copied her configuration that was in the program data, and then that's why she renamed one of mine old, and then she used that one to populate something different when she was here.
Yeah. Yeah, because see, I've got this thing called PennDOT survey features and PennDOT settings. That's
Hmm.
where all that stuff is defined. So, but which configuration file?
It'd be under 2023, if I remember right now. I'm going by what I saw her do. Under 2023, so it was program data, Bentley, Open Roads 2023. There should be a configuration directory.
Yeah, that's under program data. So that's under, uh, is it under users? It's under my users.
Well, on C drive, it would be C drive, program data, Bentley, and then configuration or workspaces configuration. One of the two, if I remember right. It's been a long
Well,
time.
program data though is not, program data is not, let me see here. Show hidden items. There we go. All right, so now program files. Must be under users. No.
Can I use the mouse a minute?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let me do what let me make sure that I'm
Yeah.
not a nut bag. But she went to my C drive. She said program data. She went to Bentley.
So
She
you're
went.
right on drive C. Go back to that where you found program data. Let me look at that for a minute. So right on Windows C. Yeah. Windows C. You've got program data is right
Yeah,
there. Now, let me look at mine for a second. Let's see here. All right, there's drive C, and I've
and it's
got,
it's normally hidden too, Ken. I'll tell you that
right.
she had to
Yeah.
unhide that. Yeah.
Right. So I've got program files, and then I've got program files for ARM and 86. Now I said to show, said to view, show
Hidden folders.
hidden items. You show hidden items. Yeah, see, it's all there. View, show. File name extensions, hidden items. Hidden items is shown. I didn't have a hidden folders, but hidden items. And I see, I use this. I mean, I use that program data, and there it is. Why the heck didn't it show up in this other list?
It's
Drive
computers.
C.
I'm telling you, that's why they call them confusers, Ken.
Yeah, all right. So there it is. Now program data. Now it shows up. Good Lord. All right. So program data, Bentley,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Open Roads Designer 2023 configuration.
Yep, that's where
Organ.
she did on the one time. Yeah.
So she just took that configuration.
Yeah, she just copied it is what she did, and then she took my machine, she went into where mine was, and she named that configuration old or one or whatever, and then
Or
she
do you,
copied.
yeah, do you know which was that? The configuration setup or workspace setup? Which configuration file or
Let me
all
get
of
it. Let me look. So then she went to Bentley. She went into designer. See, here's what she did. If you look at mine, Ken, she took this old CEB configuration. Is what she did. She took the whole folder from somewhere, and that's what she
them?
did. Yeah, so she just took the whole folder. She renamed this old one that you see there. Then she copied
Okay,
the
so that,
configuration. Yeah.
all right, so back up a level then
Okay.
is, or wait a minute, it's right in Open Roads Designer. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
2023. All right, so if I do that,
Mm-hmm.
here I'm in Open Roads Designer. Yeah, I've even got one called old configuration in mine
Yeah.
and what, just one called configuration.
Yeah. So the
So,
configuration was the one that she got. Yeah.
all right, so in your case,
And of course, it can't be open. Open roads can't be open when you copy that file. She ran
right.
into an issue with that too. Trying, yeah, you had to make sure that they were
All right,
closed.
so
Yeah, yeah.
let's close MicroStation. Now, under here, you've got this, and I'm gonna make this one also copy.
Yeah,
Gotta
there's a lot
cheat.
of stuff in it. She took a while. It was like gigabytes of stuff.
All right, so now we're gonna call this one. I'll just call it configuration old
Okay.
two. All right, so that's the more recent of those.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need to get my configuration folder
Yep.
into yours. Now to do that, let me switch over here a minute. Just set up a Dropbox link here a minute. Let's see.
Yeah, because it was. I saw she's when she did it. It was like a couple gigs of data.
Yeah.
It's been a long time ago. Like I said, she's been gone a while. So.
Bentley transfer. Okay, so there's that one. Now, if I go back here and go to program data, it shows up just fine on the Macintosh side. Program data, Bentley 2023. Right there. So if I copy that and come over here and paste that, Oops. Why did it say configuration sets? All right. There we go. Preparing to copy. That's more like it. I'm sorry. If I were one of these administrators, I'd be able to whip that code right into place for you. Sure. But it's so convoluted and buried so deep, I don't know
Yeah.
where it goes.
That's for sure. Yep. Yep. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't have time to be an administrator. I barely have time to learn how to use the stinking software on a design standpoint.
Right.
Okay, there it is. Now, copy the Dropbox link. All right, so over in your chat window,
Hmm.
you go to that. You should be able to get that file and then bring that into your program data.
Right, download.
Or you can just minimize that and drag and drop if you want.
Yeah, it says your download should start soon.
All right, and so it'll be in your downloads folder. Once you get it in place, though, take it out of your downloads folder because you don't want it hogging up so much room.
Right. So let me go to the.
Oh, it's bringing the actual zip file. Okay, that's fine. Open up that zip. Now there's your configuration. Now go back up. Yeah, now open up another Windows Explorer and point to that location where your configuration file is.
All right, mine is on C.
Program data.
Data. Yep. And then Bentley. It is 2023, and here's the
Right
configuration.
there. All right. Now just drag it from the one window into that window. Yep.
The destination already
Do this
set.
for all current items. Check that and then say yes.
Okay. So it's in there from what it looks
All
like to
right.
me.
Now let's go back to MicroStation. I'll
All right,
let
so I
you,
can close the
yeah,
Explorers.
close those
Okay.
off. Yeah, make sure you take that zip file out of your downloads folder.
I will. I'll move that.
Yeah, just
All right, so let's go open roads. See what's happening. I'm crossing my fingers and knocking on wood.
now you see your workspace up there. Pull that down. Let's reset those. Choose PennDOT, which you've got. Now pull down work set. Did it bring over? Does that configuration keeps yours? Okay, so test should be fine. Now let's choose a new file and let's browse. Let's do everything stepwise. And now you should be in PennDOT design. There's your survey, NAD North. Yep, that's one. And you're going to place this in your drive D location. And you can just select that name up the top if you want. Just let it recreate it. There you go.
Save?
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's a better sign.
Yeah, it's got looks like there's more or something happened.
Yeah, see, there's your PennDOT survey features, and there are your PennDOT settings and all that. Okay. All right, so we're in good shape on that. Let's go
Gee,
back
what
to,
a lot to go through.
oh
I
God.
mean, it's a good thing that you went over this with me because you know what? We were
Yeah.
doing your watching yours, and I'd be like, Ken, I don't have those things.
Well, see, here's the thing is that and to Errol from Errol's perspective, oh, just let Harrisburg do it, and it's off his desk. So
Right, right.
okay, so now up here to the survey, do a new field book, and we'll call it boreholes. That's fine. And we'll come down here under boreholes. We're going to import
Yep, using the wizard.
text wizard. Now,
Uh,
if I'd found out whatever subfolder that TIW file's in, you can just double click it and
okay.
it'll do it. But we'll just do this. Here it was. We'll just do this part again. Uh,
Number
start row. This
two.
is unfortunate. It needs to open up big enough to see that. All right. And then we go next, and it's
Tab.
tab limited. And we go next, and we're going to make this the name, skip, Northing.
So now let me ask you what happens when we do the skips. Does it actually bring it in then, or it just doesn't give it a name?
No, it doesn't bring that lat long into it. If you
Okay.
want, you can bring that in, but you don't have anything
Right,
defined. Oh
right,
no,
right.
there it is.
Oh, longitude, latitude.
What the hell?
I was just asking if, because we normally use, northing, easting elevation, but
Yeah, so you could have done that. Yeah, let's see. All right, so we've got the code, and then here's going to be the attribute value. And we may have to we may have to declare the attribute.
yeah, I mean, it's a surprising that they don't actually have that down as a description because normal survey stuff, you do have a description.
Right.
That's where
All
your
right.
note goes.
Boreholes. And there they
There they
are.
are. Look at that. Good job, Ken.
Let's see.
You're the man.
One tries. All right, so there's that little symbol.
Okay.
Um, and of course, you can look at your name, your code, elevations, descriptions, which the descriptions are not done. Let's see, if I do this, if I go back to this data file, all right, 9 points.
And so being we changed that, it doesn't have the borehole that you tried to add to it, correct?
That description,
Yeah, remember because now we overwrote the configuration, so whatever was there, we're not even using the one where you actually tried to add the BH on the last one, right?
no, not yet. But see here, if you hover over it,
Mhm.
it's got, let's see, the point feature code, its name is B7. It's got a code of BH. There's no linking codes, and it's not included in the terrain model. Easting, northing elevation, and it uses a cell, and it puts it on that VTopo bore.
Okay.
And that cell is VTopo bore, and it uses a text and a BH. So what I want to do though is look at these points. Let me see here. Let's look at. So here is my details. Now I was up here in this primary into this details tab.
Mhm.
So here's all of this, and there's whether it goes into the terrain model or not. No attribute, no control codes, easting, northern elevation. Code. And then finally,
There's your sort.
let's bring this down a little bit here.
Feature definition.
Okay, now the attribute code. Oh, right here, description. I want to be able to I think if I do this, no, let's see. Uh, let's see. We told it was an attribute value. See, that should have shown up there. All right, here. I should have been able to pick
Mm-hmm.
that. See, that read the attribute pair.
Yeah, put in description B.
Oh, wait a minute, that B1. That's the point name. All right. The point name. I'd have to do something with the definition of that to get to use that to get to use those. So anyway, what I did from this point on mine, and it's just quicker, is I just had these there. I knew their numbers. They're 1, 2, 3, 4,
Mm-hmm.
5, and then up here with one of these is 6. Let's see, that one is
6.
6. Now it's 7, then 8 and 9.
9.
Okay, so then what I did is I went to my annotation, place the active cell, and I used that borehole cell. Oh yeah, there we go.
Thank you for your configuration, Ken.
Yeah. So now where did that come from? That was, I don't think it was Brad. Come on, Windows, good Lord.
Definitely the confusers.
Uh, yeah, it wasn't that. Where did I get this from? Let's see. because I had to pull it out of something else. It's not one that was,
It's not a 3D cell?
no.
Okay. Fire hydrant.
A drill, what's it called? Check mine again, see if it's. It's got BH symbol. And it's in civil, it's civil cell. Oh, I did. All right, let me send you this. Library. Let's see my civil cell. Civil cell. Let's see. H. Okay, so back to here. Data. This is going to be documents. Consulting. CAD resources. CAD GIS resources. Civil cell. Bentley. PennDOT cell. Data became mapping cells. Let's see. Where's my civil cell? There it is. Copy. Let me see now. Over here. Paste. Okay. Now go back to that to your chat window and get that link for
Oops. All right, chat window. The only link I see in the chat window is the Dropbox.
that's it. Go
Okay.
back to that.
Okay, here we go.
Now, see that civil cell?
Mm-hmm.
That you want to download or go back up. You don't want to be in it. Just go back up a level. There you go. Yeah, see that civil cell? Hover over it and then right click download. There you go. Now, and that's going to go in your downloads folder. Now that needs to go wherever you can get to it as a cell library. It's not a DGNlib, it's a CEL. So if you
So you want me
copy,
to put? You want me to do program files like where Bentley
yeah, put
was?
it in program data,
Bentley
yeah,
2023, and then
configuration, configurations or organization civil. And you want to be in PennDOT design, standards, cell. And just
there it
drop it
is.
in. Okie doke.
Yep, it's in there.
Once that finishes, now let's go back to here, take our active cell. I
You
know
don't have,
that's a photo. So if we, now I need, now this is a list of just recent ones, so it's not there, but I'm going to attach. And it's going to go to, it's configuration. Organization, civil. Design, standards. Cell. And we're looking for cell libraries. Here's
Yep.
civil cell.
Yep.
And we're looking for
And
this BH symbol.
good job.
And now enter the cell origin. Let's set this to insert for each of these. And I'm just going to put them like one there, one there. Three, four, five, six. Seven, eight,
And
and here, nine. All right, now let's make sure we didn't accidentally grab the cell or the origin of the text. So that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That
so
one's
that symbol's putting it right on the coordinate, right?
yeah,
Okay,
that
cool.
good. I'll do that in just a second. That's good. That's good. Two more to check. That's good. And
Last one.
that's good. All right. So now I'm going to unpin that for just a minute, get a little more screen real estate. Now, if we come back to this, we've got our cell is on a level called V topo borehole. Okay. Theirs is on a level called V topo bore. That's the level I froze that has the actual survey point.
Okay.
So this that you're seeing here, the symbol, that's as if you said under your old style, right to graphics, sort of. That's sort of how that worked. All right.
Okay.
Now, what I need to do is first I want to make sure, and I don't know if I changed the cell definition. It's a graphic cell. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select. I don't want to get all the cells. No, I'm going to select by layer. VBOR. What did we say it was? The
V topo
topo bore. The topo
bore right there. Yep.
bore. That's and we're on V topo borehole.
Right.
So V topo. Oh, what the heck? Oh, V underscore, not V dash. The heck? I don't know if underscore comes before or after a dash. Let's see. Gotta get. Must be after a CTV. There it is.
Yeah.
So there's our level, topo borehole. So I selected all of those and it says down here, I've got 9 items selected. So there they are. Now I'm going to change all of those from being a graphic symbol to being a point symbol. Now,
Okay.
what I really should do, in fact, I'll fix it here for the next time, is back under this active cell, this BH Symb.
Mm-hmm.
If I right click and open it for editing,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to take me over to that cell library, open it up. find the model, which is that particular individual one. And you can do this for any of your cells, any of your cell libraries. So once it's there, it'll come up here. And all right, so there that is. Now, if I select that, whoops. Wait a minute. Do I need to do it here and then remake the cell? No, hold on, let me go back. Come on. All right, I'm in this file now. I want to go back. Do you not have,
Let me see if I can get it.
I'll get it from here. Let's see. Where was I?
Wasn't it the BH sim views?
Well,
Yeah.
that's this model, but that's,
Oh, they want you to drag that thing out of the way.
oh,
Here, let me see if I can drag it. Hold on. Oh, it won't. Let me drag it to the second screen. Man, it. Okay, there now. I mean, I just moved it, opened up the dialog, but go ahead and try it now, Ken.
all right. So I'm just trying to hit this back button
Okay.
here. You see where I am down here? I'm
Yeah.
trying to that back button to go back to our drawing. There we go. I didn't want to have to redefine the cell. We've changed them because I don't want to have to change it every time I put it in. I want to make
Right.
this point
Right.
cell.
Once and done.
Yeah, so now if I place my active cell, can I do it here? And see, that is, it tells me that, oops, if I select it, right here, the cell type, see, it's not, I can't change that to point here. I'd have to recreate the cell.
Oh,
Um,
so to be a point instead of a graphic.
Now, why is that? If I select, see, I choose that. And it's a point. Okay. Did this one.
It's a point cell
You
type.
change the cell type to point. So what you would normally do. Let me fix that a minute. Let's. Bear with me one quick second. Let me
Yeah,
pop
yeah.
over here to look up. Change microstation cell type from graphic to point. All right, it says open the cell library. Select cell you want to change cell type column. Choose graphics. So that's what I was trying to do is here, see that type right here.
It's graphic, and we need it to be a point.
I want to change it to see, it says open this, select cells you want to change it to cell type, click point, and then choose graphic. And then save the cell library. That's not correct. Okay. Boral symbol. Well, I'd have to go back to the cell library and recreate it. All right, for now, let's just move ahead.
Okay.
Uh, because you do want these, because most of the time you're going to be in a rotated view and you don't want those things to be all cockeyed when you come in. Besides, we probably have to scale it differently to match that other drawing scales and
Right.
everything. That's fine too.
Okay.
All right, so now we've got those done. And now what? Did I delete the point? Which is that point? Ah, that's point one. All right, so all right, so let's see, point nine. Let's make sure it's still. It's a point type. Okay, so
Yep.
now we're good. All right, so now all I did was I got on this same level. Now there's a shortcut to match a level. You just hold the alternate key and click something, and that inherits the level. Let's say a dimension, you can alt click a dimensions and it sets the style, the level, the colors, all of that. So that's all I did was I'm now on that level. You see here in home, I'm on V
Okay.
underscore topo underscore borehole. And let's see now. So now I want to do text and I want to make it an incrementing text. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to place text.
Oh, it came up on the other screen. Let me drag
Yeah,
it over.
there we go. And I'm going to make this my
Pen dot
existing
existing.
style set, or the height was normally what I do my text, I use annotate scaling, but this is not. So this is size 6, I think. I did BH -1. Now that's going to be huge, I think. Yeah, see, that's huge. All right, so let's put this back to Uh, Come on. Cancel this. Place text. All right. Pin dot existing. BH-1. Should be just there, but there it is. All right, so that's going to be, I'm going to move it up here a little ways. Now it has, because of that style definition, it has a background set to the color of the border.
Okay.
So that's fine. And it is on its level the topo borel, same deal.
Okay.
All right. Now I'm going to take those and I'm going to go to my annotate text tools and I'm going to copy increment text. And I'm going to increment my increment by 1. So I'm going to say, here's this one. There's that 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me get back to this. There's 4. It went right on the origin. We'll fix that. Then let's see, 4. Whoops. Take that one out. Come on. Let's move this off a little ways here. Now we'll do that same thing. So from here to here, 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 and then finally
Number 9.
up here. Okay, now it's 9. Let's make sure these are the right ones. So if I look at the original point, that's B7 and that's B6. Yep. Okay, so we're in good shape. And then I set the, I'm going to freeze that level. I'm going to say level off. I'm going to get that original point. So that's now gone away. Now I've just got cells and text.
Okay.
And all of the text, if I select my text, I'm going to make it view independent. If I can find the text, there we go. So now no matter how we're rotated, it'll line up square, everything's good to go. This is all set up well, and I'm going to now also change the scaling because this text I think is about the right size. So I'm going to take all of these symbols. So if I go to that level, good Lord. And choose cell up, not text, but come on, stop. Cell. There we go. 18. I don't want I just want this one. Why is it getting all of them? Hold on a second. If I go to
Borehole.
that level now, come to element type and uncheck. Oh, crap. Hang on. It's easier to do it like this. Just select it all and then just take this. Why are there 18 cells? All right, let's do it the old fashioned way. Let's select it. Go to home. We'll select by attribute, which is right. And select by attributes. All right, right click. Select by attribute. That's fine. Okay, 9 of them. Okay, we got them all there. They're all selected. Now let's change their scale down here from 1. I think I had to wind up putting them to like 6. Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Looks good.
So, you would fiddle around with some of this stuff and then all right, so now you got everything set there. We'll save our settings. Let's make sure if we change,
Went to the other screen. Let me move it over.
all right. Well, let's see here. Topo borehole. Now see all these other levels and it says they're used.
Mm-hmm.
That's because there is, I'm gonna change this to red and 2. There is there's a terrain model that got built simply by the fact that I made that survey field book.
Mhm.
Okay, and so these actually respond to level changes. All right, so that's fine. So we'll maybe even
So, Ken, what's the difference then between the V-topo borehole and the V-topo bore?
okay, the V-topo bore. And the reason it's set up this way, the V-topo bore, let me change this to just be
Okay.
this. So I'll show you that. But the V-topo bore is the level that we turned off.
Okay.
That was the level that contained the point, the survey point with the PennDOT symbol that said BH in the little circle.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
So we don't want that to show up,
Okay.
because all we're using are our cells and our text. That's what we've placed.
Right.
But those points still exist in this file and they're
Okay.
on that level, but that level is turned off.
Oh,
And if you
okay.
look at that right there, you see that level V-topo bore is off,
Okay.
but V-topo borehole is my current level. now.
Okay.
So, technically you could go to that level and erase everything and throw it away. But we got it there for when we need it. Now, also because we were in this file, I told you um it made that terrain model
Mm-hmm.
and all those levels. I don't need that terrain model in here, so I'm actually going to go here. Let's see, it's not under survey. It'll be under open roads model. It's a terrain model, and I'm just going to delete it if I can.
Here's
Yeah,
delete.
somewhere there it is. Okay, that's the actual feature definition, so that's going to stay behind.
Okay.
Take that terrain model out, and now if you compress your design, let's use unused levels. Now, let's look at our levels, and we should see. Now, all of these others down here, that's part of that DGN library that was opened when we made the survey.
Mm-hmm.
Seed, and these are always defined, and they're library defined levels, and you can't get rid of them.
Okay.
Okay. You can put a filter on to where you're looking at just the used ones, but just
Right.
scroll up top. So, all right. So now there's that. All right. So everything's there. Let me minimize that. We'll save our settings. And now that file's done. Now, to put this into our plan drawings, we're going to do that using this as a reference. And that's
Okay.
all we'll do with that. So what I did was when I made a new file, now if we go to, let's go back now. Let's make a new file. Actually, before we do that, let's do it even better. I'm going to browse. I'm going to go to that. Let's drive P. Where's our, you don't have it. There's soil profile. There we go. Um, Normally, see, I don't put everything in all this. This came about because they sent a
Mm-hmm.
PZIP file. So, but that's where it is. But here's this DGN. Now I've got these two files working in borders,
Mm-hmm.
and inside of working, I've also got references and resources. In my reference file, see that BH locate, that's my file. That's the one that I did.
Okay.
Okay. So, but what I did was I went out here to this DGN and I used this file called color. Now, when that comes in, we'll just take that working work set. It's going to come up. I'm going to do an immediate save as so that we don't mess anything up.
Okay.
So save as and go ahead and switch to your drive D location, wherever that is. There it is. And let's just call this one B-hole overview. That's the overview borehole. So it's
Okay.
boreholes with everything on it. Okay. Or it's the full design with everything on it. So now here's our file. And they've got all these colors and shadings and stuff, and all that's fine. And I've got stuff like this, which is that's part of the right of way. You see, they've got some things in here that like there's some right of way stuff. they don't show up because they've got this color thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go to settings. File. Color. And for what, oops, color. Hang on. Color table, rather. And let's attach the default, which showed that it was. That's good. Let's see, why is that not? Showing? I went through this before to get. See, those things are in there, but they're matching the same color
Right.
as the screen background by level 0. And that's in a reference file called existing right-of-way. So bring that over for me.
Click attach again. It went away.
Oh, sorry.
All right, here, I'll bring it.
All right, so my existing right-of-way. On and off. Wireframe. Part of it's this color is level overrides. So there's now our stuff. And they show up where they're supposed to. Why did? Existing right away. There it is. It was that color override that they had on there. All right, so now, and sometimes, and it depends, because sometimes you'll see this, for instance, this is on a level called solid yellow fill.
Mm-hmm.
Notice it's green.
Right.
So, but they made it a discrete color by layer. So what I did was in their file, and that's because they used a different color table,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't understand why I think that's because they're in and out of AutoCAD. So solid blue fill, I'm going to change those to blue. Driveway, I'll make it and then solid yellow, I'm going to make yellow. Now none of this part matters. This is
Yeah, it's
just
color coding.
of it, yeah. And then turnpike, we'll make green, and then here's a solid red. Go away. And vegetation 82 is fine. And let's see now for
The red
our
fill didn't stay, did it?
the what?
The red
The
fill?
solid red. No, it didn't. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
All right, now for our borehole location, ours are white because they're defined that way under that V underscore topo underscore borehole.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make these red. And I'll show you where we'll do that here in a minute too, is so that, and you see now they come in red,
Mm-hmm.
red text, but they've got a wipeout behind them or a text background. So that's there. Everything's there. Now remember, this file that we're in that we renamed, but this is everything that they did. This is their overall everything. They use that for some of their index sheets.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw some of so what we're going to wind up doing is we're going to see there's a topo file, and that topo file, for instance, shows all of uh, it shows all of the buildings and outlines.
Oh, wow.
What surveyors refer to as topo, but it's really not topo. It means topography,
Mm-hmm.
and it should say planimetrics. Now notice all of these, there's some text that's huge. That's because of your annotation scaling.
Hmm.
So whenever I see that, I'm going to go back to this in my attach, and I'm going to come down here and turn off the annotative scaling.
Okay.
So now that's so wherever that text is, it's going to match it the way it's supposed to look like. Proposed right of way, I don't think we have showing. It's turned off. Proposed is not even found. It's not even there. Color E and B is also not there. There's existing property is not showing, but there's all the property values. Okay. So the property lines, and then here's ours, the borehole locations.
Hmm.
All right. In fact, we'll make sure that it is the last one in the list. So there you go. It'll right over top of everything.
Okay.
See here a second. Yes. Okay, now. All right, so this is what we're going to wind up doing is we're going to take um, all of their files that they gave us, and they gave us a blue million of them in that DGN,
Hmm.
some of which are used, some of which are not, and we're going to use them to construct the parts that we're going to do.
Okay.
And they have I think there's only 4 plan sheets that show the boreholes.
Hmm.
Those will be the ones that we will use. Now, if you look at the file, if you go to this borehole locations uh, folder, mm, I've lost where we are. What are we? Is this Bucks County, Luzerne? No. Where where is this project? Where?
Is it 118?
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
right
One.
there,
Yeah.
Luzerne.
One.
That was it.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Hmm.
Where did they put it? Yeah, boy, they could really use some.
Organization.
Yeah. So look here now, if we're looking for PDF, right, here's these construction plans.
Hmm.
Now, you see that file right there above it? Can you see
Yep.
that dot
Yep.
underscore?
Hmm.
Any files that you see like that, you can safely throw away. There'll be because I've been working in there and I'm using a Mac and it puts
Oh,
the
okay.
resource forks. Notice they're very tiny.
Oh, okay.
You can freely get rid of them. It doesn't hurt anything.
All right.
All right, so let's look at this file.
It's on the other page.
Yeah, okay. So, we'll probably have a title sheet, something like this on ours that we're going to use, and we'll copy that. And then um, we've got, oops, sorry, this is the one I want. And this is their little sheet index that shows where the sheet breakdowns are. And you can see like right there's the sheet border. So
Hmm.
this is plan sheet, what, 6 and I don't know, 10,
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah.
but yeah, whatever they are. And so, crap. All right, so we got those, and then this next sheet was legends and all that. We'll have that from like on our 81 sheet, but what's going to happen is we want to add, see, we want to match this. They've got this as their first plan sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And even though we don't have any boreholes on this sheet, we're still going to replicate this. And then we'll replicate this, but without all of this like guardrail,
Right,
lay
right.
data and all this crap. We're going to, we're going to suppress a lot of this stuff. So you can see our boreholes and they're going to show up and we're going to make them red and large and you'll see where they are. So, but we're going to use their same clip boundaries on each of these sheets as we go through it. So we're going to, and I've already started that process.
Okay.
And now these are going to be where the boreholes are going to go on these profiles. Now we're not going to replicate all of their profiles because they've got, several, and I think there's only 3 of them that we're going to use, or maybe that.
Where boreholes are located is all you're going to put, right?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one we're going to use.
Right.
And we're going to take out, they've got another set of, if we close this off and look at the cross sections,
Yeah, let me drag it over.
then we've got, oh, keep doing the wrong icon. So you see, you've got what?
Bunch. 40?
40 different, we're only on like 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so, or however many they tell us, and they're going to be the ones that we're going to use. So we're going to use, now in the case of cross sections and the profiles, we'll probably use their entire DGN file, and they have created each sheet as a separate DGN file.
Okay.
So if you look over here, if I can get this to zoom, there we go. See these file names. Eh, hang on. What's going on with this? All right. So here's a file name called SR118 EMB DGN. All right. So they did have one. Okay. They have one file, one DGN file, but they plotted each sheet out based on um, a different location. So let me show you that. Let me save these settings. We'll come back to this one.
Okay.
And if we open that file, now I'm going to come down here and pull this directory down and go back to this DGN. That was the SR118
DGN.
EMB, whatever, why ever the EMB, I have no idea what it stands for. I'm going to not make any changes here so you can see what they did. So they did each of their sheets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there's 21, and 4 makes 20. And yet they had 40 sheets. So some of those sheets come out of another file. There's another, because there's 40 total.
Right.
So anyway, we're going to have to find, whichever one of these that they used and bring that data across as we put ours together. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what we're going to do is each one of these files, and let's go back now to where we just were.
Yeah, let me get it.
Why is that not working? Is it not?
That little thing it says drag to move. I move it and it goes right back down there.
Oh, that little mark, that little pencil thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like,
That's a markup. That's part of Zoom. All right. So, all right. So now, so what we'll do there now, we've got this, it's called overview. Now, what I did in overview, now I've got here, you've got, what the heck is this? Details. Turn that off. Now, do you like to see your levels always?
I do, because that way then I can see what I've
All right,
turned
so,
off and
so
on.
the way I do mine normally is on one of my things over here, besides just levels, is I use models. And right here is this model tab. And if I bring this up and see, I've got right now only one model,
Okay.
but I'm going to take this over here and dock him on the side too, so you can see him well. And I'll unpin that and I'll leave my models
Okay.
pinned up here for the moment. Now you've got your level display again, just like on this side,
Right.
Explorer and Properties. And you can leave that one open all the time if you want and just have your models, so if you pin that and then if you unpin this.
Okay.
And so just go to models, sorry. Models, let's unpin. Yeah, all right. So now if I go to models and I right click or click in it, right now every file has a default model.
Okay.
And notice this, by the way, is a 2D file. It's a flat file. Even though our file was 3D, we referenced it in. So it references it in and shows us in plan view.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to now come to the models. I'll pin it here temporarily. And I'm going to create a new model. I'm going to create this new model. And it's going to be, I don't need a seed, but it will be a sheet model, not using a seed. And I'm going to just type here, plan overview. Let's call it VH location. Plan overview. And I want that to be regular full size, 1:1 to 1 to 1 to 1. And say, okay. And if I do that, here's that now. It's rotated because that other model was rotated that I just came from.
Okay.
So I'll pull this, I'll click this and choose unrotated. All right, so there's now my piece of paper. I'm going to select it. I'm going to look in its properties over here on the left. And I see that it is a sheet model. It's 1:1 to 1 to 1 to 1. It said I'm going to come down here where it says size. I'm going to go from an ANSI A to an ANSI D. And then go back and fit my view. So that's now my 22 by 34. And if I measure that distance from here to here, you see it's 1.833 feet. So just under 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's because also when this sheet model was created, I left the default model that was defined in feet. So I'm going to select my model here again, and I'm going to come over to properties and I'm going to change that. Instead of feet, I'll just use, and I'll go ahead and just use survey inches
Okay.
just to keep from getting the warning that we don't match. So now I'm in inches. And sometimes when I'm working with inches, I like to see these say as fractional inches. All right, so now when I measure this distance, I go from here to here, and you see it's 22.
Right, 22.
And if I go across there, you see it's
34.
34. So that's a total of 56, 22, 34. There we go. So this is a piece of paper and it's set up, correctly here. Now, we're going to use that to reference in this model.
Okay.
And this model, the default model, that's where our geometry lives. It's set up as US survey feet. That's what we want. And sometimes we'll have it as a secondary unit as inches or whatever, but survey feet's pretty standard. That's like a decimal units type in AutoCAD. But I want to look also under here. I'm going to go up to the top of this list, make sure. Now, you see that annotation scale?
Right.
1 inch equals 25 feet. That's a typical PennDOT scale because of the 1 inch equals 50 feet as a half size.
Okay.
So when they half size microfilm these, they could use 1 inch equals 25. Or I think I said that backwards. Anyway, a lot of DOTs do that. 1 inch equals 25 feet, and it's not all that standard in engineering.
Right.
But in Virginia, for instance, all of back in the days when we used to use engineer scales, you could order a engineer scale from, say, Kuflin S and K&E. And you could specify that you wanted that scale because they know to make them that way for VDOT.
Mhm.
So anyway, that's just some legacy there, but the design scale, and down here it says line style scale. It's set to a global line style. I'm going to make that my annotation scale
Okay.
so that it's going to, so if I change this scale from 1 to 25 to 1 to 200, for instance, the line scaling will follow.
Follow. Okay.
It won't, okay? So now if I look at, say, this particular line here, that's part of my property line, I see that it has a line style called bi-level 0, but it's on this existing
Existing
property
property.
DPN. So I'm going to define that. I'm going to go back to home and get my fields, or my levels rather. And I'm going to find that existing property. And that was, what was that? Level 8. So level 8, I'm going to, first I'm going to close up these things a bit. So I'm going to use that property line, which should be already loaded. Sometimes you'll have to load them. Let's
Mhm.
see. So G. And this is the problem with these pre-built, right there's property line files. And now when I zoom in, see, I get my property lines.
Okay.
Right?
Cool.
And sometimes you'll see, like, you see, this is line styles by level.
Mhm.
But quite often when you're dealing with these other companies that bring in from, now I've already changed all of this stuff. Like here's one for the existing right of way.
Mhm.
It's level 10. It's also by level. So I need to change that one while I'm at it. So let's go to level 10. And that's going to be existing right of way. No, legal right of way. G, J. Legal right of way line. Level 10. Did it not stick? Legal right of way. Oh, sorry. I was in the wrong file. Existing right of way. There it is, level 10. And that's going to be my legal. Right of way. There we go. There it is. So, you'll find yourself having to do a lot of stuff like that. And this is on level 4. And it's a CON is a field code. That's for concrete. So that probably doesn't have a special line style other than otherwise. And here's like the edge of pavement, edge of shoulder, if they use different dashes and type, I don't know what it is. And it doesn't matter much for us. You just want to make it, so
Right.
it's readily differentiable. All
Mhm.
right. So now we've got that stuff established. But back in here to our blank piece of paper in this model, that's our sheet model.
Mhm.
We need to bring in this default model and show it on this sheet at a particular scale or whatever.
Okay.
So I can tell you from having worked with it before that when we're back here and it's at inch to 25, it won't all fit. Inch to 50, I think fits just fine. So back here, we're going to bring this in and we're going to reference this just like any other model. We're going to reference. So I'm going to right click and attach. And I'm going to attach this same file, which is BH overview. Oops, sorry. I needed to switch something a minute. Detach. Let's attach the same file, which is that one, but I want to change it from coincident world to interactive. So
Okay.
it's going to ask me, about a view. So I'm going to open that. Um, and now when it comes up, here's where I can set my scale. I'm going to bring this into at 50 scale. And you can give it a name, all that referencing, but I'm going to open up this list. I'm going to take a standard top view and it's going to bring it in top. And I didn't have a saved view or a named boundary. So, but I'm going to just use a standard view, top view. And right here, this drawing boundary, I'm going to pull this down and say none. Otherwise, you'll get those little section sheet number
Right.
markers and all that kind of stuff. So,
Okay.
all right, so I'm going to do that. And now it's going to ask me to um, enter the center point for view the top of the reference. And it's right there by default, goes to the center of that. So I'm going to do that. I'll click it right there. And what happened? I missed. It. Interactive overview. The default model, that's the one we want. And we're going to take the standard view, top view, 1 inch equals 50. Now this should still say none, that's fine. And if live nesting, I want to set that to 1 to get the views of it. Oh, I think I know what happened. Maybe not. All right, so there that is. Now, same thing with this one. We're going to turn off that attribute scaling. All right, something about the top view. All right, no problem. Let's just select it.
So let me ask you a question before you do this.
Yep.
This happens to us in when we do curb ramps, like when we bring in the full sheet, and that's actually on coordinate base. So we move the sheet to that because that's actually coordinate base. Is that the same
Yeah,
here or no?
no, not when you're doing sheets because I'm not changing the model.
Okay.
So I'm going to move this and put it here, like
Mhm.
sort of in the middle. And then I'm going to rotate that. So I'll select it and I'm going to say rotate reference. And I'm going to do it by points. And let's just line up this piece of text. So I'm going to go from there and I'll reference that as an element and click there. Oops, sorry. Rotate reference by points. So I'll click from here. I'm going to go from that and then go to view and lock it down horizontally. Now, so now I'm rotated here and I can see there's my borehole 9. And there's borehole 1. So I'm going to do one more view here or move here. So I'm going to move the reference. I'm just going to move this so that it's a little bit better centered, maybe give me some notes and stuff underneath it. All right, so that would be where that goes. North arrows if you wanted and things like that. All right, so here it is. It's not clipped. We also do not have the boundary of our sheet here, but I'm going to use that here in a second as well.
Okay.
So we're going to also attach. And we're going to attach the boundary of that that they're using for this file. So that could be in, there's some PennDOT borders that could be there, but they sent us the one that they're using. So let's choose. I wish I'd saved location. Let's see. Where's P
2013.
2013, 118, geotech. Test 22, stability. Oops, sorry.
Soil
Soil
profile.
profile. Add files. Workspace. Project. SR18 CAD files, DGN. And either, now this particular location, I want to save this
Mm-hmm.
to where's, oh, I'm not in the Windows thing, never mind. I wanted to save it in my quick list. Well, regardless. Sure, all right. So if I go to borders, now these are the borders that they used.
Mm-hmm.
Cross rep, X rep or cross section grids, profile ramp border. Then there's a GB, PB border, whatever that is, plan cross section sheet, border parts, library, etc. What I did was actually from the DGN, they had the PennDOT road border right
Mm-hmm.
here. And why there's a copy, I don't recall. Anyway, I'm going to do that one. Yep, go ahead and let it change. I'm going to also use top view, and I'm going to put this in at full size, which, no, maybe I need to make that 150. I don't remember.
Yeah, for the
Anyway,
borders.
like I always draw my borders as if they're on paper,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they're doing them as if they're on the ground.
Right.
So it's something stupid. All right, I don't need any nesting and no boundary. I'll say okay. And let's see if I can pick the center. Of that. Now, where did that go? Yeah, so it's right there. You see, but it's too small.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 inch equals 50. So this should be, instead of 1 to 600, it's, I think, 1 to 12. Yeah, there it is. Because they drew it as feet. I wanted as inches, and I
Okay.
want that to be right at 0. So if I tentative snap, and I see that's 0, 0, definitely there. So we're good shape. So it's right at 0. Now notice this is on a level called reference clip boundary. Okay. And in my, let me, what's this? In my levels of a border, clip boundary is set to not plot. Okay. So this is just something here. It's, we're going to use it to clip this file. Now, do you know how to do that to set a clip boundary on an XREF?
Um,
I don't want to waste your time going over stuff you know, but if it's something you haven't done, if you want to see it, it's quick and easy.
yeah. That'd be good.
We got to do it anyway. So we're going to set a fence.
Right.
And we're going to change its type from block to element.
Okay.
And I'm going to select that as my current fence. All right, that's currently there. Now I'm going to go back to my attach dialog and select that or any that I want. And I'm going to right click, or you can choose these icons up here. I'm going to say clip boundary. And I make sure that it says use references dialog list, and right here under method, use the active fence. And then I'll click OK. And so now that's trimmed everything off in there. Okay.
Cool.
Now, if you notice, like if I wanted to see, what's the coordinate of that, and we got some color issues here too. But if I want to see, say, the color of this house, the corner of that house, if I needed the coordinate value, if I snap to that, you see it's 12 and 15/16 by 10 and 9/16. Well, that's because it's in the coordinates of the sheet. That's where it is in the sheet.
Right.
Okay. And, excuse me. So, but if I look at it in my model, now I look at it and down there is your stake plane coordinate.
Okay.
And you can also verify that you're in stake plane coordinate if you pull down this little guy and change it to an aerial view. And you can see, we're laid right in there on the
Okay.
streets, everything where we go. So I always do that at least once to make sure I'm in the right place. Mostly because I don't know sometimes whether I'm working in north zone or south zone,
Right.
depending on what project I'm on, if I'm not familiar with it. All right, so coordinates are good. Where's there, our borehole 3, for instance, you get the origin. All right, so see that coordinate there? 244, 2830 and 3567. And if we're back in our little, where's my, oh, here it is. So
Drag it over.
borehole, it's on the other side,
Yeah, hold on.
maybe. Did that
Yeah, I
come
got
up?
Yeah, I'm gonna drag it over.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm having.
Huh?
Yeah, let me.
There we go. All right, so borehole 3 then, for instance, there's your 2830 and 4809. And you see down here is a 2830 000 and wait a minute, what was that? Must have been 2830, 12, 12, 42. Oh, they're backwards. Let's see, 2830.
Yeah,
Oh,
42,
it's
3,
over. Yeah, I
567.
was looking at the elevation.
Yeah.
So 567, 3509. So yeah, so you see they're all at their proper position. Everything where it's supposed to be, all is right in God's world, and the world lives happily ever after. All right, so now we're on our way. We now have this, and we can keep all our colors and everything set up. And we've got this as our sheet. Now, we don't want this color to be like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to assign, well, first of all, make sure we're not on level overrides. We're not, whereas they had their other ones set up as level overrides. So we're not. So we're going to now go through here and in their fields or fields, I keep saying fields, their levels, we're going to define some colors and such for us here. Now, we've got several things. Here's my model. That model up here, default model, and all of its attachments as sub underneath it. The other one is this border.
Okay.
And so I can make, let's say if I made the reference clip boundary red, you would see that show up. It is red. Let's make it well, we can make it red, but what we'd have to do is go to this, activate it because they've got it defined as a specific color 0, specific style 1. So I'm going to change its color to be by level and its style to be by level. So now you see it's continuous in red,
Right.
but I could go back now to let me get out of this. So go back to my levels. And that clip boundary now, I'll leave it red, but I'll make it style. Oh, let's give it some weight and let's make it style 1. And are we looking at line weights? Yes. Okay. So that's just, a couple of things. And one of the things you're going to notice, like some companies, depending on who you get it with, they don't have, or their practice is to name these features specific colors.
Okay.
Whereas it's easier to control this way if you're using these other models if they're named as by level. So
Okay.
sometimes you have to go into those files and change their colors. And I usually just go in and change everything to by level.
Okay.
Um, and it's not, I'm not just, I don't want to say that making it by level is always the best choice. It's not always, but and in fact, most microstation users are not in the habit of making anything by level. Everything is specifically
Right.
assigned. But then when it comes plot time, if I want to see this stuff as I'm working with it in colors, but I want it to plot in different color in different, I can't really change that unless I either set up level symbology or I set up um, everything by level and then control the level visibilities.
Mhm.
So back on this, let's set the colors now for these. And we come down here, we'll find, first of all, our borehole references. Oops, what am I still in something? Oh, I think you've got. See how that's grayed out?
Mhm.
I can't change it at these sub levels. There's a system variable. Let me find what that is. Let's see. Can't change reference level colors in master file. Station. You change reference level colors in master file.
I'm gonna run to the restroom, Cran. I'll be right back.
Yep, look it up.
back.
Alrighty. Allow level changes to reference files. Let's see. Let's see. So I want so that's allowed. Let's see. Yeah, see, there's PennDOT does this as part of their configuration.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all these different define, so you can't change any of that stuff.
Oh, they
Like,
lock
see,
it.
I can't make a new, I
Oh,
can
so
make,
they lock
here.
it down.
Yeah, so, but like when I look at this, for instance, I want to be able to change its display.
Right.
It's here. Now I can do it in the file itself, which is not what I want because I want to keep those other colors.
Just in the
So,
masters, what you can't change.
yeah, so there
Mhm.
is, I'm trying to find where that switch is. If it's in settings, uh, let's see here. Use display overrides. Let's see, file, color table. Hang on a second here. Let's see. References, all right, preferences. Here for a minute. Allow library level edit. I think that's it. All right, let's save settings. Now, unfortunately, we have to get out and back in.
Right. That's a refresh.
Yeah, so close that off.
All right, let's cross our fingers and hope it works.
Yeah, I hope I found the right one. I did. Look at that.
Good
All right.
job.
Now, so opening this, I'm going to take the existing property, for instance. I'm going to make all, see, they're right now, they're all black.
Right.
Well, I'm going to make them, and I've only got the three. I'm going to change their color too, because I want to sort of make it a,
Grayscale.
grayscale looking things. Make that 128. So you see how they all changed.
Right.
And I'm going to take the topo, and that I'm going to also, which that's all that planimetry.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just grab everything here again. I'm going to make, see, yeah, I didn't reset the color table in that file. And notice it didn't change. It's still yellow.
Right.
That's because when I select it, see, it's got a specific one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to switch to that file temporarily. I'm just activate topo. And I will select all. And I guess I got to do it this way, color. By level. There we go. And now I will deactivate that and come back to our screen. And now you see you're getting some
Yeah, it looks a
progress
lot better.
here.
Yeah.
All right. And then, these color fills, there's a couple ways you can handle that. If like we don't really need the color fills. Now we're not going to do anything with this, but like if you could turn all of the fills off,
Mm-hmm.
they would all go away, but they also go away for our stuff, which we don't.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now notice there's that level that's back on again because we
Right.
only turned it off in hours. So I'm going to level off that one.
Okay.
All right, so that's there. Now we got all of this stuff. I've got the right-of-way files. I got everything there. I'm going to turn this back on. So sometimes really the only thing you can do is let's go to that particular file that's referenced. That's this one. All right, so here in this file, our file, those levels were called Z dash. So down at the bottom of our used list, oh shoot, it's a,
Z roadway.
yeah, but that is, oh, I'm sitting on the wrong line. There it is. Now at these Z level things,
Yeah.
I'm going to
Roadway.
change
Solid
these
yellow.
to be, there's area to be dedicated and blah, 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 blah. I can select all of those. And if I go to my properties, I'm going to set their transparency. It's already at 50%. Let's make it say 70%. So it's faded out a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You could come up with varying shades of gray. Uh, Again, there, down to our Z's. Because they don't mean it. See, here's one area to be dedicated. Anyway, you could change that particular one to be one set of gray, then another set of gray, sort of, make yourself some gradation so you can still keep the variation,
Right.
but see it. But anyway, the file that I sent back to them to work with was like this. It kept the colors. Now, the last thing we need to do is to set the right of way. Um, oh, and I see my line. See that?
You didn't take the right of way line,
Yeah.
right?
The line style says by level. Yeah, it's not what happened to it.
So if you put that on the right of way level, the layer, will it actually draw the line with the three dots?
Yeah, so well, let's see if I'm here. Existing property. See, it should be property line, should be level 8. It took the color. Something happened to the referencing of that. Let's see. So why did that lose track? Make it pipeline. Huh. Did I miss something here? Did I? No level overrides. Line styles. We went through all this earlier. And
Yeah,
it
and
worked.
it made the lines that said PLs on them.
Yep, and the right of way had the dashes in it,
Mm-hmm.
and they should have been the right thickness. That's a level 2. It should still be okay. This only happens when you're in a hurry.
Yeah, yeah.
And I see this is survey anno. I think we're going to level off those. All right, let's see. Yeah, see, it's like
It's got a mind of its own.
it's lost all of the line types. Ah, there we go. So here is what would happen. Let's see, on default, we're at 1 to 25. We're using annotation scaling.
Then we went to 1 to 50.
Yes, and then we're at 1 to 1 here for the sheet itself. Now, from here to here, let's see, because I turned annotation off,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go back to a global line style of 600.
Okay.
There we go. And that applies the equivalent of 1 inch equals 25 feet. If I say I normally use annotation, but they've got some text that's
Right.
giant and I don't want to go through and track all that down.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I turned it off to use the annotation. Therefore, I have to manually set that to globally display it that way.
Okay.
All right. Now, whilst I'm here in existing right of way, we're going to make these yellow, level 2. There we go. Oh, and here's the same thing happened. Let's see. Plan overview, global line style of 1.
There you go.
What do I want that to be? Yes, there we go. Except that's a little. That puts it back down to more like what it was set up to be at
Mm-hmm.
25. So I made it 300. Okay, so fine and dandy there. Let's now go to our existing right of way and make them black.
Yeah,
And
looks
we've got
good.
all the right of way stands out. The property and the planimetry is grayed. Ours is red. Okay, so now we're ready to rock and roll.
Good
We got,
job, Ken.
pardon?
Good job.
Ah, there we go. Now we have this dollar file dollar shows up
Mm-hmm.
in the file name. And uh that operator, now that was I'm actually in that border file. So you would actually I'm just going to call that 31. Oops, and to take the KAC part out. All right. So now there's that. So operator file name, and then all this other stuff happens. The
Okay.
plot date time at plot time. Now, we do, however, because they have this file dollar, we have to make uh, a we have to do a text substitution
Hmm.
at the plotter level. So what we would do there is if we go to plot this whole sheet, in fact, let me now sit here now because I'm in this sheet model and not
Hmm.
over here in the model space where you'd have to window and frame everything around it.
Right.
I'm going to plot. And right now it's coming up by default. This is now set. There's a pin.pdf. So there's it set full size, which is that. And our area is a sheet because we're in
Okay.
that model. Notice the scale is 1. That's because I made that 1-to-1, 22 by 34.
Right.
And you can see the numbers there. And this design script PDF table, if you look at that, that is what, and it may be on the other screen.
Nope.
If I edit that,
No, I
come
don't
on.
see it.
Yeah.
I say I don't see it on the other screen.
Anyway, there's some code in there that tells it to read that file.
Okay.
And that's what sets these plotted and date and time. You could do this file thing there as well, but it's sort of an arcane thing, and you got to sort of know all the predefined uh, definitions. So I typically, whenever PennDOT uses them for things like that up at the top, the plotting, I usually leave that alone, and that's predefined. Now, I also notice when this comes in, it's set to monochrome.
Hmm.
I'm going to make that true color so that I get my grays, my blacks.
Right.
I
Right.
don't, and I normally wouldn't have those pavement areas as color, but I wanted
Hmm.
my red boreholes to be color.
Right.
So I have to change that. Now, you would think you can edit this file, this PDF, and tell it to come up and use true color instead. It won't do it for whatever reason. I don't know if they reset it or if they've
Hmm.
locked it or what. But I go to my edit, my print driver, and you see now if
Monochrome.
I change
Yeah.
the yeah, but if you change this to true color,
That'll work.
it's supposed to. But so now if I save that, now let's see what happens when I switch back. Let's switch to this model and then back to this model. Now I'm going to plot. See, comes back to monochrome, even though,
You
see,
changed
it's
it
set
to
for
true
true
color.
color.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't honor it for whatever reason. So the first time you do it, you got to make sure you set that up. That's no problem.
Okay.
PDF is there, but now I'm going to also there's a color table, and there's a color table that I use here that I've got it's in the DGN file where my working folder is, and there's a folder called resources.
Hmm.
That's where I put things like plot stamps and signatures and all that.
Okay.
So it has this, I call it SR 118 pin table,
Okay.
like too many zeros. All right. So now when I edit that, see down here, and it's just, I didn't do anything other than my text substitutions. I've got date, time, and file. Now, those other ones up top there for the plot date, you'll see like dollar, 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 dollar date. It's not just these single. But
Okay.
here's one dollar file dollar, which is down here. I'm telling it to use this replacement of underscore FILEL underscore. And that was brought about when I added, I said insert design file long. So that's that L for the long, but notice it also puts the L in the dollar
Right.
substitution part. So I did that and then just took the L out of that, so I didn't have to change those things. So anyway, I won't save that. Uh, so now file will bring up the long file name. So that will print the long DGN file name. Okay. Now, so what happens then is when you plot this, and I'm here ready to plot, let's see, let me close this off, and I'm ready to plot. I'll just look at a preview. And so now you see down here, make this big enough. You see down below here, that spells out that file name. I can't, you can't,
Okay.
you can't zoom in on this preview, I don't think. Well, heck, let's just plot it to a PDF.
Okay.
Uh, you're in test Ken Crawford. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. We'll save that. And so then when that comes up, what happened to it?
Oh, it's over on the other page. Hold on.
It's on the other.
Let me drag it over.
There you go. So now when you're here,
Yeah, you can roll in and see it.
this thing pans the wrong way I'm used to.
Yeah.
So there now you see is that bhoverview.dgn. All right, that's all
Mhm.
well and good. And that's fine. But what I do, oh, I just closed that. So what I do in when I'm setting these things up is I also include a model name. And so it would say up there, it would say this DGN file, and then it would say model name. It would say BHLOCN-plan overview, because that lets you know you're in a single DGN file, and each of these different sheets might have a different model name that tells the
Right.
operator, what to use. So, and the guys that did each sheet as a single file, they didn't care, they didn't know, so that's fine. But when you look at mine, let's go ahead and save your settings. So now if you go back and look at the ones that I actually did, let's go to working. There was this plan overview. Similar type thing. There's the sheet. Now, why? Where's that black? Design background. Oh, not design background sheet. Sorry. There we
Yeah,
go.
looks good. Yeah.
All right, so now you see I've got one that has model name, and this is a piece of text that is a field, and it is a model type field. So what I did was, in fact, you've got all kinds of fields available. Just come down here, I'll do another field. And I said that it was a model property.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I go to choose it, it wants me to choose out of any of those, whatever model it's in, I can choose any of these different things. Okay. That's how we govern a lot of stuff automatically, like sheet number naming
Okay.
and all that kind of crap. All right.
Cool.
But what I did was I did not put this model name and plan overview. I did not put that in the title bar, in the title block reference file. Because if you notice on yours, you didn't have that line.
Right.
I put, this is actually in this file right here directly. I'm in this model. So that's part of that model itself. So it reads the proper model.
Okay.
Otherwise, when I put it in the title block, it's trying to read the model name of the title block that it's in, and it doesn't
Right.
correctly. All right.
Yep,
So
I'm with you.
it's supposed to, but it doesn't work correctly. So anyway, did that. But so a lot of these things like these sheet number of total, see, all of those things come out of those properties and
Mhm.
they're done with fields. And looks like I'm getting really tired of this. Uh, one-to-one global 600. This thing doesn't, yeah,
Not
see,
liking it or something.
it loses it sometimes and you got to reset it. And I don't
Yeah,
know
but I
why.
wonder why.
It's an error. So I think it's a memory thing. But I mean, I got plenty of memory on the machine. But in any case, that is that that's sort of what you got doing now. Let's look at the other file that I started, which was this plan sheets where I was going to put this on all of those plan sheets that we did.
Mhm.
And I was also going to probably have the title, the cover sheet and all of that. So in this plan sheets, I've also got, there's that plan overview, but I was going to use that to make individual plan sheets. So what I did was I went out here and you see these 4 files, CP01,
Oh, okay. Each section of the sheets.
Yeah, so that was how they broke
Okay.
their sheets down. And you're seeing those clip boundaries
Right.
from that particular one because what I did was in my C wrong, but in my references, see, I've got the reference file, which is just the border.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I've got it showing, but I've turned off, if you look in this levels now, which you still got up flying here. There's plan sheets DGN. Let me scroll down here and find the sub file. Let's see. So in this right here, see, I brought it in with I brought that plan view file in with a nested level of 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on that CP01 right up here. And then here's all the files that are in it, nested in it.
Okay.
And so if I come down here and see you should see the PennDOT road border right here. So there's the border. Notice I've got turned off this reference level 1, but when you turn it on, see there's that
Right. Where the seal would
part of
be.
part of the seal, where the seal would be. But notice you also don't see the rest of the frame. And
Right.
that's
Right.
because I used its own clipping border to clip itself
Okay.
so that it only clipped that. If I were to unclip that, so that one, let's unclip. So there now you see all of that stuff, including that clipping boundary.
Right.
So now I'll go back and do elements that, and now I'll clip that particular file, but it keeps that keeps that particular element. Now What the heck is going on? Global 600.
With the line again. Why isn't it keeping
Did
it?
I have?
Hmm.
Existing property. Oh, okay. Here's what I did. In the uh, because I brought in each of these individual sheets, CPO 1, 02, 03, 04,
Mhm.
I went back to this overall. So if I turn these four guys off,
Then your line will show up.
then everything goes away except for the one I had turned on because
Okay.
in here I had like, here's this existing property.
Hmm.
Let's see, let's turn that back on. So, uh, so I'm gonna select it and then display it. There's my existing property. So I set it up there in the original model when I
Okay.
did overview, but because I'm doing these as individual sheets,
Hmm.
I'm turning them off out here in the total, and I'm only turning on them inside each of those sheets.
Okay.
Okay. So now I'll make all of these display again. And now we would need to go through and for each one of those, we have to define, just like we did here originally in existing property. We had that definition there, which was whatever it was. So for each one of these now, we'd have to do that. So there's no way you copy. Let me see. If I export, let's put these in resources, level assignments. Now, if we go here, existing property, by import, it doesn't bring the,
Mm-mm.
it doesn't honor the subcategory. Let me see. All right. So let's go back to this. Let's do this. Wait a minute. I wish those weren't so close together. Let me turn these off. All right. So topo, existing right of way, existing property are all off master. Here they are now in the minor, or now displayed in the master. So if I go to my level manager, well, let's call this one, property. Well, doubt this is gonna work either. And we have right of way. One more thing while I'm still here. Property. Topo, I need to. All right.
Yeah, there they showed up.
We got that done. We'll turn them back off. And then for each one of these, let's turn these all back on. And now in our fields, sorry, levels, damn it. All right, I'm in, what am I in? I want to be in property, existing property. So here's where I want those. And if I import property, there we go. Cool.
Yeah, nice.
And existing right away. Import right away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, lovely. Except we'll change that to be white or black when it comes up. And then, oh, what's the other one? Topo. That didn't work.
Must
All
not
right,
have liked that.
property right away. Oh, no, right away did work. That was a different layer that we
Mm-hmm.
take. Okay, sorry. And then topo. Why didn't topo work? Be topo ano. Well, let's see. Was off, was on. Hmm. Maybe I didn't. Oh, you know what? I didn't have it on. I didn't have it changed over here. I'm getting I'm confusing myself. All right, in plan overview, if I turn on topo and I took everything. Oh, yeah, no, I'm so sorry. This is correct. See, I made it, I fixed it in yours,
Mm-hmm.
but we're in my file now. So
Oh.
now, and not only that, but I have to go to that file, select all, and then make its color. by level.
That looks good.
Did it? Topo. Yeah, 251. Now, and then finally back here for topo. It's import. Topo. There they are. And so there
Yeah, looks good.
are those. And now, so I started, freezing a bunch of these different levels on and off. These are like legends. And so there's Z roadway, there's that solid yellow fill and all that crap. And out here's, oh, what is that? I think that's a piece of giant text for that. If I can do it from here or not. No, I can't control it from there. Let's see. Uh, the border. There's default. I'm out of that. Let's see, this is in. Wait a minute. All right. In plan view. Plan view overview. All right, here we go. Let me see. So the overview. Let's sit up here. There we go. So in the overview, turn off. There we go. All right, in overview, I want these four guys off. And I want topo on, existing right of way on, and property, which is existing property on. Whatever else I wanted. Default. Also, while I'm here, I want to make sure my sequence. My file called plan sheets. Yeah, okay, so plan sheets default. So there's, see, hold on. All right, I'm going to be, let's see, there I am in default. All right, now, here I am in plan overview. Now, in plan overview, I want attached my, there's topo on, existing right of way. On existing property on, and the sheet border, which is on, of course, but I don't, where is it? Good Lord, I'm losing my mind here. What's going on? What is? I'm in something here. I think I got stuck in one of these subs. Yeah, see this topo? I'm in topo. Uh, I want to release the lock on it. There we go. Yes. Road border. All right, that's perfect. Now, if I look at, if I'm here, my attachments. Am I just not seeing it? Do you see the road border anywhere?
Mm-mm. No, I see the right of way, locations, topo, geometry. No, I don't see it.
First of all, let me get rid of these two. See, there's something. I'm. I'm in some kind of model that I didn't get out of. Something happened when I changed that stuff. I forgot to switch back
Mm,
and it's got me locked. All right, so if I'm here, I'm in existing property. Let me just close that and open instead plan sheets. Now, plan sheets has attached to it, there it is, there's the border.
mm-hmm.
Wow. All right. So now instead of that being now plan sheets, that's the default model. And that's the one that has everything on. And clipped, and it's set at that 50 scale.
What's the gray at the bottom?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. Let's see if it shows up over here.
Yeah, that's strange that the just two peaks.
All right, now it crosses in there, but that doesn't clip. What's this?
Clip boundary.
That's a clip boundary for CP02.
Mm-hmm.
Clip boundary for CP02. Anyway, to shorten up this mess, okay, so they had that's where they put their tables and all that in there.
Okay, okay. All right.
And
Gotcha.
let me turn. See,
All
that's where
right.
they had all that.
Okay. All right, I gotcha.
Well, what I was going to originally do was, my original plan was because I wanted those sheet boundaries and everything, but here's what I don't
Yeah, I'll
need.
get it. I'll get
I
that
don't
one.
really need to do, yeah, go ahead and get me back over there. I don't really need to reference those sheets other than to get those boundaries, those
Right.
clip boundaries. So what I'm going to do is here's I'm in plan overview. So I think before I go to trying to manipulate all that kind of stuff with the levels first, let me do this. We're going to do sheets 1 through 4. So I'm going to sit here on this model. Now remember, if you don't have this in yours when we bring it up, you're going to, wait a minute, whose machine am I on? I'm on yours, yes, but
Right.
I'm on
Yep.
my file. So anyway, if you need it, it's this models tab right here.
Okay.
So I'm in this plan view overview. I'm just going to select that and I'm going to choose copy. And I'm going to call this one plan sheet 1. And I usually do stuff like put that in the description because I can sometimes reference that in a field, whatever else. All right, so I'm taking that one at 1 to 25 and I'm making a copy sheet 1. Wait a minute, did the wrong thing here. Let's see. This, oh, I did new. What I meant to do was copy. So I'm going to copy that to plan sheet 1. And I'll do the same thing there again. I'll copy that and just call it sheet 2. We'll do it for 3 and 4. So 2. And then we'll set them up. 3. And then finally
Number 4.
4. Okay, now let's go back to plan sheet 1. So now if I'm in plan sheet 1, which I am, that needs to be wait a minute. Here's also what I meant to do. Was back in here. I'm going to take these boundaries. If I can get it to select. That's a reference clip boundary, and that is actually in. Can't get my level identifier or my file identifier to pop up. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to copy these 4 boundaries. I'm going to copy them. I'm just going to snap it right there and right there. So they're now in my file. And I'm going to go back to my XREFs or my references. I'm going to detach all of those. All right, so now all I've got are these. And how many do I have here? Oh, so yeah, 2 of them. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 of my sheet boundaries. Level reference clip boundaries. Let's set that. Yeah, reference clip boundaries. We'll make them red. 1. All right, so now those are going to be the ones that I'm going to use to clip all of this other data that we have. We've got topo,
Mhm.
we've got existing right of way will turn on. We've got existing property will turn on. Is there anything else do we have? We should have existing geometry. We'll turn it on. The proposed geometry is exactly the same, but just some different call outs. So I'm not going to turn them on. All right. So that's what we want. And we will save that. Now, if I look at now my plan sheet overview, which was that 50 scale,
Mhm.
there it is. And you can see those individual sheet boundaries at 25 scale, but there's also this, well, it's strange. So the only thing that should be in there is this border and the
Border.
plan sheets, which is the default. That's its default model. See that model default plan sheets, which is the name of the file we're in. So that's there. If we were to plot this, it sure does show up. What on earth
Yeah.
is it? Oh, shoot. I thought it was closing the preview. All right. Load all that back up, Chuck. Uh, I'm gonna need to run to the restroom here myself real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, Chuck, I'm back.
All right, load it up.
Okie doke. Now, let's figure out what's going on here. There is something. Rather than that. What could it be? I wonder if, let's go back to here. Let's turn on boundary, which didn't show anything. So you zoom in far enough, it goes away.
Right. But yeah, when you try to plot it, still shows up in the plot.
All right, is it on? Well, yeah, it would also be there because we just copied it.
Copy those, yeah.
If we if we unclip this,
The letters and
the
the
piece of
text.
text. And that is in what file? That was that survey, which was in topo. So if we go back to here and take, well, we took that off of there. All right, that's in topo.
Top one.
Oh, I guess, it's there. I know why. Because it's only off in the master model.
And then you can
All right,
unclip.
so now I want to do this for each of them. Sorry. So plan sheets. All right, so plan sheets default. All right, so now I want sheet 1, 2, 3, and 4. Topo, that's what I'm looking for. Sorry. V survey or V survey, V serve ano. There we go. There's a variable you can set somewhere, and I don't know where it is, that lets you basically keep V serve ano. Keep the settings, from one as you attach something that's nested,
Mm-hmm.
that should honor those. And whereas it will, if you globally freeze it, when you just turn them on and off, they won't.
Right.
Serve NO. And then finally here. Serve NO. All right. Now let me save settings here. 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 And now let's reclip this one. Okey doke. All right, on to a plan now. So we've got those, but these borders here are not going to plot. Okay, so
Right.
they'll go up. But if you go to plot them, you see they're
Right.
not in there. We had true color. What did
That one
I
setting.
took out those color fills apparently in that file. I think. Yeah, I've got fill on, of course, because my boreholes show up. Yeah, so I took those color fills out, I think, when I did it. All right, so that's my overview. Now going to plan sheet one, which is exactly that same thing. But what I'm going to do is in plan sheet one, I'm going to go to my attached files and I should only have the border, which I have, and my plan sheets model, which I have, top one, but I'm going to change its scale. So now it's 1 to 600. That's a 12 times, or you can double click it here and change it to this, to 25. So now there it is. And you can see it needs to be moved slightly.
Mhm.
So that is, in fact, this one is from 1 to, let's see. So let me just grab one of these and move the reference. And see, and I don't want to move the boundary width. All right, so from here. To here. And I think yeah, that's my first one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now position that like that right there. And I'm going to move this corner to match this corner and then rotate it down to match that. So this should be my sheet one. So I'm going to now move my reference from here to here. And while it's selected, I will rotate my reference by points from here to here and then bring it down to there. And so there now is my sheet one with everything on it like I had in the master file. Now we still need to add the contours, which we'll do in a minute.
Mhm.
We'll add that up to our main model. So let's do that same thing now for plan sheet two. So I'm going to now take this one and I think all we have to do is move this one. I think it's already rotated. I think that's the one we matched our rotation with.
Mhm.
Yep, you can see. Oops, no. One thing I forgot to do was set the scale. $25. And now come on. grab something and move the reference. All right, so there's the one I want, that corner. Move reference from there now to there. And I missed it still. Come on.
Being finicky.
Move reference from there to there. All right, so there's 1, 2 is in place, then 3, then 4. All right, so that one's good. Save those settings. We'll go to 3. And so there's 1, 2, then it's this one right here that we want. So I'm going to move the reference, and this one we will have to rotate from that corner. Down to there.
And you have to set the scale.
Thank you. Gosh. Like, let's just do
1:25.
like let me yeah.
Looks pretty good.
And so now, which one was 3 we need to move? Get out of the way a little bit here, and let's move it from this corner here. Move reference from here up to here. All right. And then finally, on plan sheet 4, we'll set the scale this time. The first thing to do. Well,
If it, if it wants to cooperate.
like 5. And now I need to move the reference. Let's just do it from here. I think it's there to there. And now we'll rotate. There, there. Down to there. Is that right? That should be number 9. There it is. So now there's number 9. I missed one here. That's 1, 2, 3. That should be number 2. Number 2. So number 3, we've got to do as well. So 3, we need to take.
Hey, I got a question for you.
All right.
being I'm an old guy, the red lines that we have on there, could you take and put a number down in each corner? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, you could. That'd be a very good idea.
I mean, for me, I'm too old when I'm 65 here.
Are you 65?
Yes, I am. I just turned 65, matter of fact.
I'll turn 65 in November, so I'm with you. You
All
keep
right, yeah.
that man, and I said, you sound like you're young yourself. So,
Thanks.
all right.
Yeah, I
So
would have just do the numbers for me because I'm old. I would have just put a 1, 2, 3, 4 on that whole thing, and then when I grab it and move it, I know I'm on the right sheet because see,
yeah,
I gotta have checks and balances because my mind is forgetful.
yeah, I know the feeling.
So I'm just trying to make it easier for me. I'm like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's dumb, but yeah, I'd be able to figure it out then.
All right. So there's now 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then 9 on the other sheet. Okay, so we're in good shape. Let's do that right now. What a grand idea. So I'm going to make sure that it doesn't plot,
Right.
and I'm going to sit on that level as my current level. Where's my little circle here? Ah, it could be part of our problem.
Mhm.
All right, so I'm gonna make that my current level, and I'm going to just throw a piece of text on there,
Mhm.
and I'm just going to call it 1. And let's just make it pin dot proposed. No, we just put it here in the corner.
Mhm. Yep.
And while we're doing that, I'm going to make this his annotation yes. And the height, let's make it a 1 inch equals 25. So let's make it 10 feet tall. And that may be, that was way too big. See a foot, let's see half a foot. That's what I want. It's even too big. Let's make it
0.25.
0.1. All right, there we go. Now I'm going to set that to be center middle. And now let's move it. From there up to there. All right, so there's 1. I was thinking about putting them in all 4 corners, but we'll have them. We'll be fine. So let's copy an increment. There's 1. And we'll put 2 over here.
Yep.
And we'll put 3
Right there.
right here.
And then 4.
And then where's 4? Here's 4.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that would keep me straight.
All right. 1, 2, so 3. So it's lower left corner. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they're all, you could rotate them to match your sheet rotation.
Yeah.
Probably not necessary. So now, and there's your sheet 2. Yeah, perfect. And it won't plot.
Good.
3 won't plot because it's on that layer level.
Good job, Ken.
Yay. We old guys got to stick together here.
Exactly.
All right. So now that's everything that we need for the plan entirely.
Mm-hmm.
So, except we need to go back here now, and we're going to add in the contours, see if we can find where they had them.
Okay.
So if we attach from our DGN place. We are in here. Let's just go up a level. Now I'm in DGN. Now let's see if we can, there's existing contours. How about that?
Mhm.
Right, existing contours, except this time we can make it coincident world. And that should work. It should just lay right in on top of it. There they are.
Excuse me.
And we're going to put them update wise all the way at the top. So they're underneath everything.
Okay.
And let's see if we can find some level names. There's 20 for the index, 21 for the intermediates. So if we do this here, I don't know that we'll have to do it for each of the others, but let's try that. Let's see. Existing contours. 20. Oh, shoot. I bet. Yeah, it's assigned hard coded. So let's go to that file. Um, come on. Yeah, they've got some of this. Let's see, they've got references, which is fine. We're going to ignore these references in ours. We'll just turn them, we'll leave them, but turn them all off. Now, do they have any text? Yes, they do. And the text is on 50. So 50, 20, and 21. And looks like they're going to have their text upside down. That's grand. All right. So let's make 50 and 20. That color. And a little bit of weight. And then 21. Sorry, I should have done this here. Or 21. We'll make the slightly darker color. You know what else? Let's do it this way. Let's set their color table. And now let's turn off level overrides. They're not on. So let's make 50 and 20. We're going to make, say, 96. And we got the 121. We'll make a little bit darker. 128. Okay. And oops. See, 21.
Does it have to be the one?
Now I'm going to set these
Okay.
both the twos, and you should see one difference. You'll see color and weight difference, but they'll set to two.
Okay.
Now we need to take everything and set its color and style and weight to by level. Save that. Come back here. Go back to the
Okay.
model.
Yep. Hold on.
And now. Oh, I think I forgot to do. Did that go? Go to the right pointing arrow now.
Okay.
I want to set its. That shouldn't have mattered if I'm using a MicroStation style. All right, so we got that, we got that, we got that. Save settings. Now go back now. All right, so we have to redefine it here. All right, so 50 and 20. We want it to be 96, 21. We want it to be 28 and 20. We wanted this to be a one weight. And then 20 and 21. We want it to be 2. There we go. And that doesn't really distinguish the index very well, does it? Let's see.
Yeah, they kind of look all the same.
Yeah, because see right here, you can see when they're next to each other, a little bit of difference, but
Yeah,
let's,
light, dark. Yeah.
yeah, so let's see. Let's make this, is there another? All right, so 20. I don't know, will 3 be too much? No, that'll be all right. And then, if they get really picky, you could find those wherever those texts are upside down and turn it
Mhm.
off if you want. We're also going to turn this level off here. Save the settings. What is this? It's in topo. First of all, let's reassociate it here.
Why is the line dotted though from the arrow?
Because it lost the association.
Oh, okay.
Why? So if I move that to be right there, it should reassociate. Reassociation failed. All right, let's see here. Let's drop the association. Nope. Zero. Here's one thing. Let me switch to that and set the style. Colors by level.
It's not liking that.
Why is that broken?
What's the other arrow on?
Well, it's a multi-leader.
Oh, but I
and
mean, I just thought because it said underground storage, it would have come from the same thing.
yeah, it should. I don't know that they built it correctly. If we did. If we did this. Just add.
Yeah, that looks good.
All right, that'll fix it.
Yep.
And what's this? Think we probably should be okay. Now send me back to the left.
Okay.
Okay, now. That's good. There's all my little markers are all gray. Everything's gray except for ours and the alignment. Property, these property owners. Level 9, let's set those. Existing property. Let's make them also 203 here. All right,
Yeah, looks good.
now back to there's our still gonna set my save those settings. Now I've got to find G1. G2. So you normally, you get it right in the first one that you're gonna copy, but we copied one, we had to switch.
Right, right.
And so now I'm, all right. Thankfully, there's just 4 sheets.
Man, do you have to save settings on each one of those sheets, or will it automatically keep those?
No, well, depending on how you have it set up, you could have it set up to automatically save settings, but
Mhm.
I typically don't,
Okay.
and I just get in the habit of doing it. All right. So now everything looks good. The only thing else that we need to do, oh, here's one. And this was on. a hard-coded file again. It's existing right of way.
You want to open it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sitting there waiting for it. All right, so let's just take this, set its color. All right. Now send me back. There we go.
Nice.
And they had their original in there with that as a solid line. There's a
Mhm.
right-of-way line style. Our property lines are showing up. Our center
Contours.
line is showing up. Our stations, our borehole locations are there, and their text is masking out the background, so they're nice and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is supplemental. So those sheets are good, except for, we need to get
Right.
sheet
1, 2.
numbering,
Yep. Yep.
and we need to have a bar scale in each one.
Now,
And
who does the seal for the ceiling? Do we put a seal on it or no?
yeah, I think Tariq or Hua, maybe it's going to be Hua.
Okay.
So I would say probably Hua. Um, and let's see, what is that? That's just the edge of a driveway. V-topo aerial road edge. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about any of that stuff and just let it go. Because it's on a layer of V-topo aerial, which doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It, we could define the see, it has a
V
some
topo aerial.
yeah, that's its layer.
Right. Reference to
That
topo 1.
it said it was right here, the line style says road edge, which is not found. Ah,
Mm-hmm.
okay. So let's go here and load up road edge. Now I have found, did I put them over here? No, didn't. Let's see. Go to your program data place. There we go. Yeah, I can take it from there. Let's see.
Okay. Yep.
Uh, design standards. Now they've got some old ones in here. Let's see if I can. Now, when I don't want the darn thing, let's see, there we go. There should have been a symbology. Come on. I don't know. Let's see. Look under this for a minute. see.
Sheep
Well, for
borders.
heaven's sake, where on earth? I know it's in here somewhere. They put it
Site visibility.
line styles. There it is. All right. So let's go back to PennDOT standards. GGN Lab line styles. Now it sees Bentley Civil PennDOT NO, and it's a road edge. I think it's under edge line. Let's see.
They don't have an ERB.
They don't have a what?
ERB like for edge of road bituminous
Oh,
or
no,
bituminous.
it's from that code,
Mm.
but wherever this, um, right away, road, they don't have road lines in here. Pavement mark,
Jersey barriers.
could be that. Now, I called it road edge.
Not
Was the
found. It
line
said.
style they looked for. We called it edge line. Which I didn't see it.
Mm-mm.
For heaven's sake.
I don't see anything that says edge.
PennDOT annotated lines. Successfully imported one style. Okay. Edge line. There it is. Let's change its line style parameter to 25, maybe. All right, so this one had road edge. So if we select everything using road edge, let's see if it's, yeah, it won't show up because it's not defined. All right. Edge line. Set it scale to 10. All right, so that fixed that one. You track that down. It's not worth doing. I wouldn't worry about it. They should have sent you that, that line should have been in there, like
Right.
here's another one. Road edge, and it's on different level 4. So if we select level 4, oops, level 4, line style varies, so that's not going to help us. Let's see. Wish I could do it by the way they were named. I need that road edge. Let's see if we can find that. All right, there's the PennDOT. And see, there's no resource files in there. And the only thing they've got in the legacy lines, they don't have a road edge. No PQR. Rock reflector goes to rock line, so no road edge. Sometimes you'll see, and I've got tons of these resource files scattered all over the place. I could find one, but all right. Try this. Let's try level 4. So obviously these are not going to be.
Yeah,
But
that's
this is a road edge. But this is, oh, it's also a road edge. How about this? Road edge. They're all road edge. There's something here somewhere that's not a road edge because it said it varied. See, line style varies. Don't know if it's possible to, it's not. To find out which one doesn't use it. There we go, that one and that one. Those are your sidewalks. So if we select it all, see, select all, and let's now deselect. Those. Shoot. Select level 4. And let's deselect. Now it all says road edge. So let's do this. Set these all to that edge line. And we'll set the scale to 10. And then for line strings, 10. Okay, now I'll turn our display set back. and save those settings. Now send me back.
That looks good. Good job, Ken.
Except, yeah, edge line 10. Topo. It's edge line. Scale of 10.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that one
Okay, hold on.
driveway.
Hey, that was Dave Pines. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. I'm back.
Okie doke. All right, so I went to the new, or I went to the main geometric model and I've set up this new level called G dash plot elements
Okay.
dash ano. And that's where we're going to add the north arrow and the bar scale here to it real quick. I think I'll make that a
Now, do they
2.
have those pre-done that you can just pick and place, or no?
Yes, they do. But what we need to do, and this stupid scaling, I don't know why. It doesn't, it keeps, you have to and if you see that your line styles go away, just change it from that to switch it back to annotation and then back to global and it'll be fine.
Okay.
Sometimes it's not updating, doesn't keep it updated. All right, so now what we're going to do is I'm on that new level called let me set my color. I'm going to be on Gplot elements as my current level. All right, so I'm going to go to annotate and I want to place the active cell. And here's where I want to attach. See if it's
North arrow.
there's a north arrow. Um, oh, okay, there it is. And scale of 25. About 1. We'll make it additive. There we go. Now I'm going to put this.
Will that show up on each sheet then? Or do you have to copy it on each one?
Yeah, we're going to have to place it on each
Okay.
sheet. So now I'm looking at that and I see that it has an angle of that because it's rotated. So we're just going to call it east. And when it has an east, that's a 0 rotation. So that's our north pointing upward. The rotation of the cell is actually perpendicular to that. So I'm going to now copy that from there to there. Where's our number 3?
Right there. Yep.
Right there. And then
Number 4.
over to here. And then we'll go to each sheet and we'll bring it into the sheet model. We'll get a sheet 1. We're going to take this and we're going to copy that from there to, that's fine up there. And we'll go from 2. We're going to copy that. From there, let's put it up here somewhere, right in there. We'll go to 3. And we'll copy that from there. Up.
Lost the copy.
Copy. There we go. From there up to, say there, and then finally on sheet 4. Something gotta double click it. All right, there we go. Now, when I'm double clicking over here, I'm doing that from the model. So it's just like pulling down this model and
Okay.
and choosing, well, turn it back on. It's just like pulling that down and choosing that. So
You like the drop down menu.
yeah. So now let's copy that from there to put it up here out of the way. All right, then finally, if we go back to here, we're going to take all of these out of the model space of the default model.
Okay.
So I'm control clicking to get more than one at a time
Right.
instead of using that thing there. Oh, except I just let my finger up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and delete those. And now when you come back to sheet 3, for instance, there, it's still
Yeah,
there. And
still up there.
this is in the paper.
Right.
So if you move the reference, that's not going to move with it. Okay.
Okay.
So we would do the same thing for a bar scale.
And that is that pre-designed too then?
There are some, yes.
Okay.
And there's a typical one PennDOT uses. Sorry, annotate. And now it's not going to be in that particular file. It's going to be, I'm looking at this Brad US. I think we had some in there. This is a 25 scale.
25 bar scale.
Did you see that
Right.
somewhere?
Yeah, right there. Up a little bit. Two more up.
Right
Right there.
there.
20, 25 bar scale.
Yeah, that should do it, but that's not, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, that'll work. And
You got to do the size.
what size did we make it? Was it 12? To go to inch. And
3. Yep. And then 4.
then back to those. Now there's another thing too that we had on the other sheets, like they had a little title set in here with like borehole locations, and sometimes you'll see a little clip, a little frame up here that says C sheet and the same reference number. That's all. That's all just cosmetics. Now, see one thing, if you zoom way in here, you see they're done with these multiple lines. Now it's back. I usually redo those and make them fills, but they'll show up just fine. They're heavy enough that they'll fill that in. So now this one,
And copy.
we got to copy it and rotate it. So we're going to copy it from here. Let's just, actually, you can put it right here. Come on, stop. Oh boy, I put down a bunch of stuff. Got one here, don't need. Oh, that was the 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's on the, yep, that's on the
All right,
master.
we'll rotate this by points. And we'll go from here to here. We'll type V to set to the view and lock it down horizontally.
And copy another one.
What did I just do? All right, that one's good. Yeah, so that's
Next
fine
sheet.
for that one. Let's go back. See, one thing you could have done was if we'd set this plan overview up and set the scale right and copy them over, they'd all be in the same place and
Mhm.
everything good. All right, so we'll move from there up to, oh, come on, not move, but rather
Copy.
copy from there. There we go. And then
Last one.
4.
That'll have to be rotated, right?
Yeah.
And V. And we can go back to the main sheet and delete those, right?
Yep. Get one gone.
2.
Second one gone. This thing's sluggish.
It's hot outside. It's almost 100 here.
Yeah. That one's gone. It's 92 here. All right. 1 has it there in the bar scale. 2 has it there in the bar scale. 3 has it there in the bar scale. 4 has it there
So
and the bar.
that bar scale is going to be what? 1 inch is 25 feet?
Yeah. In fact, if you measure that from say 0 to
Mm-hmm.
there, you see it's, oh crap. Crap. I didn't check the scale beforehand.
Can you pick all 3 of them or all 4 of them and do them all at once, or you got to do them individual?
No, I mean, you can't do it across different models. You
Oh,
have to do
okay.
models separately, but if I do one model, then I can just copy it from model to model. That'd be the easiest thing. Let me go to plan 1. And let's do this. I'm gonna draw a line from here to this way. I want to make it 2 inches. That's 2 inches. All right, so I'm gonna move this, say, from or actually what I'll do is this. I'll go from there to there. And now I'm going to line up. So that's vertically centered under there. Get rid of that. And this, I'm going to now move from here to here. And I'll scale it from points proportional from here to here, needs to go to here. All right, so that's now the right length.
So now if you measure, it'll be 25 feet.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take that off it. So now when you analyze, measure from, say, here to here, it's, should be 1 inch. Why is it? Let's set this one more time. Let's scale from here to here. Let's say 1. Ah, scale from here to here is actually 2. Now, if you measure from there to there, it's 1 inch on the paper.
Okay.
All right, so now we need a place so it's not sticking off our border. So we'll take this and move it. Let's just move it to down in here. Okay. So that's move. All right, good. Now we're going to select this, and then I'm going to tentative snap to that corner.
Mhm.
And I'm going to go to my main tab here and choose copy. And now when I go to each of these, I'm going to paste. Make sure my scale sets is set to 1. And I'm going to paste to that same corner. I'll go to this sheet now and paste to that corner I snapped to. And go to that one and paste to that corner I snapped to. And now each of these I'll take out. And I took that, oh, that's one I originally moved. All right. So there you go. Everything's right. This you might want to. A little more to the corner. All right. So that's good to go. Everything's good to go there except for their little title, the seal,
Mhm.
the little block that references the adjacent page, things like that that you'll have to find from those other samples. And if you get help, if you need help with some of those, I can help you show those up.
Okay.
Now the profiles, we're going to do another sheet, another DGN called profiles sheets. And then we're going to reference in the actual DGNs that they gave us and put them in our sheet. Now I see my title, see my line styles are all gone away here again. Now they're back. All right, so I think when you plot, they regenerate, so they're fine.
Mhm.
But now everything's there, including the contours. Everything's good that you need. And again, sheet 1 doesn't have any boreholes on it, but 2, 3, and 4 have all 9 showing. You can generate those plots and send them to Jeremy or Tariq and let them look at them and see. And again, remember, if you do go to say this sheet 2 and you plot, remember it's going to come up. You got to change this to
Right.
true color. And then you have to load this
The pen table.
table, which is in under DGN working resources. And then that will get that file name.
Okay.
Then you'll generate that and whatever you want to call it, and call each one like sheet 1.
Sheet 2, sheet 3.
Yeah, like plan sheet 1. Except that should have been two.
It popped up on the other screen.
Yeah, so you can
Close it.
load that up and look at it if you want to. I don't necessarily need to see it, but you can see that now it's got the file name,
Mm-hmm.
the model name. You would need to change the PDF name to sheet 2 instead of 1, instead of, I goofed it up.
Right.
But then, oh, I see a problem. That should be B5. See how it got clipped?
Yeah.
So I'm going to just go to that one. I'm going to activate that file. And I'm just going to move that text.
Okay.
Boy, it's really getting sluggish here now,
It's because it's getting hotter outside, Ken.
I guess.
Yeah.
File is currently, of course it is. Oh, let me see. Yeah. I had that file open on my system art, so now deactivate. All right, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there's 5, 6, 7, and 8. So 5. So you see, that sheet, there's overlap in it. And then sheet 9 or 1. All right, so there you go. So now, oh, what was I? Then I just saw something. Thought I.
Double arrows.
All right, so now plot. Change the true color. Load up our
Pen table.
source file. Now, one thing to keep from having to do that each time you plot, and let's call this one plan sheet 2.
All right, it's up on the other screen.
Yeah, you can now close it off. I don't see it.
Okay.
But now to keep from having to do, like, if you create a plot, you just go, sorry. When you plot, to keep from having to do this part each and every time for each sheet,
Mm-hmm.
get the one sheet done, plot it, and then switch models. So I'm double clicking there. And so it's now going to switch to that model.
Oh,
It didn't. The live ball
okay.
kept that.
So this
And
is
if you want
3,
that,
sheet 3.
and you go to your sheet 2, which was, where did they go? Oh, no. There's plan sheet 2. So there's 3. Now I should be able to just double
Double
click
click and it should stay.
here.
There it did. Nope.
It keeps a pen table, but it resets this.
Yep,
There's a
it's gone.
variable that I've got set on mine that keeps these set from the last, and all I do is go back and file, reload the printer definition. But
Mhm.
that's why it's doing that, is yours is set to automatically do it. But anyway, just keep your eye on those things if you have to do it. So that's sheet 4. And then we'll call that sheet 4. Now, since I messed up the first one, go ahead, switch it back. All right, so, until they give you sheet numbers,
Right.
tell you whose stamp's gonna go on
The
it and what
seal. Yeah.
title to do, we don't know that yet, but those are done. Now for the profiles and the cross sections, what they are working on is coming up with the drawn, what they call the stick,
Mm-hmm.
which shows the different layers of materials,
Mm-hmm.
which if you look at the SR81 sample, you'll see that one done that way. So there's all those symbology, the
Mm-hmm.
different patterns for the different materials, and there's a legend sheet. And then you'll see them and they place them on the profile at the proper station,
Mm-hmm.
at the elevation. And that's what they're trying to get worked out is that elevation.
Okay.
So they're not ready to do that. They hadn't finished it yet. So that's that's what will be coming next. But
Okay.
that's basically that. And I'm sorry, it's not normally that lengthy a process, but
Yeah, but when you don't know, and I appreciate all your
yeah,
help for sure.
oh, absolutely.
So, and then when
So
they get the elevation figured out, though, if we can do the first stick together and record that session also, then I can actually try to do the rest on my own.
there you go.
Okay.
And now that we do have elevations in that spreadsheet, remember?
Right.
I don't know if those are the wrong elevations and they don't match the ground, or if,
Well, what
you
they
know,
said here was when I heard them talking about that they're off 100 feet.
yeah, but was it all of them or not? I don't know. So it could be that all of those elevations are going to change, which case they'll give you a new spreadsheet.
Right.
And so, but you're just going to use that as a guide as to where to place them in the
Mm-hmm.
profile and the section view. So once that's done, then we'll be able to get the rest of them. And
Okay.
I'll show you one of the profiles, one of the sections. And then once they get because we may have to scoot the bar scale over.
Mm-hmm.
That may be where they want the title of that
Right.
sheet that is borehole locations or
Right.
something. We'll see.
Okay.
Uh, and then the sheet numbering. Now, are you familiar with AutoCAD very much?
Just slightly.
Okay. There's a
I
thing
mean,
in
we had your Corelson class that you did a great job on.
Oh, yeah,
So,
there you go. So, but in AutoCAD, they have a thing called Sheet Set Manager, which
mhm.
lets you put a bunch of sheets from different files, even all over the place, but in one collection. And then you can have it number things automatically based on the sheet number membership
Mhm.
or the sheet set membership. Well, this does the same thing under the Explorer, where you've got these sheet index, and you basically build this. They can be from all kinds of different design files, but you have to be you have to be in the same work set
Right.
and you only have one of these per work set. So anyway, it's for the few sheets that we're going to have, it's probably not worth bothering with, but all of that stuff's there. And that's what I like on big plan sets. That's where I get my sheet numbering out of a total. Those are all set up as fields and it reads, where they are, what number it is out of the total sequence,
Okay.
and it plots all that stuff together. So all that stuff is automatable, but for now, we'll probably just these few sheets just add
Yeah, just
text.
do them by hand. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, sounds good, Ken.
All right. Well, I got to scoot. I've got a performance tonight at 7:30 at the old folks home. We had a little band, the Lions Club, put together, and we play some music for folks around the
Good. Break a leg.
Yeah, we're gonna do.
All
So
right, man. Thanks for your help. We'll get
bet
together when they get that stuff figured out then.
we'll have a nice cold one.
All right, see ya. All
All right.
right.
I'll send you the link to the recording when it's finished up. It'll be later.
Okay.
All
So
right.
then just save all this then. Just save settings and just close it.
Yep. You're good to go.
All
And
right, thank
remember,
you, Ken.
and that one's called Plan Sheets. And in fact, that first one we did called Plan Overview, that other DGN,
Right.
we can even throw that DGN away because that sheet model is included in this file.
Okay.
So you could even do it that way. But remember now, we did this in the test folder.
Right.
So take that and put it over on
Where the directory is. Yep, I got it. I'll move it.
just overwrite that one we got started in there. So, okay,
Okay. All right, thanks, Ken.
you bet.
All
See you
right,
later.
see ya. All right, bye-bye.